Also, I didn't know Magic was owned by Wizards of the Coast. It actually that made a lot of sense when you started to think about it, you know. But I got into it because I had a card somewhere. I got one card as a part of some. I don't know where it is. I genuinely have no idea where it is. It came as a part of a thing that I bought, and they just gave me like a magic token. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. And I saw it again recently. I was like, oh, Magic the Gathering. I'll play that game. And so I started playing it like last week or a few days ago. You play Classic or Commander? I don't have any friends to play Commander with, so you know. See, Elon got exposed for having an alt where he pretends to be his mom. Didn't he also have one where he pretended to be his own child as well? He got exposed for that too. Getting caught posting from an alt account that's supposed to be your own mother. I feel sad for his loneliness and neediness. If he was literally anyone else on the planet. My grandmother was a housekeeper in England. Your mother told me she was cleaning toilets in a Liverpool boarding house as a child. When I met her in 1966, she was sewing linings in a furrier in a small windowless room behind the store. Aren't you his mom? He forgot to switch accounts. Honestly, it happens to the best of us. It happens to the best of us. How many accounts does Elon have is the question. The answer is all of them. Magic but not Yu-Gi-Oh. Okay, can I say a hot take? I don't like Yu-Gi-Oh. Not my favorite property. Banned. Valid take post 2005. Like when it first came out, but it's crazy now. I mean, I was more of like a Beyblade kid, and before that, I was a Digimon kid. So either you were either a Digimon, Pokemon, or Yu-Gi-Oh kid, and then the new age was Beyblade, Bakugan, and still Pokemon. And maybe if you were older, no, I was still Yu-Gi-Oh. People were like, "Shut up, old man." You know what I mean? And so before I got into like Bakugan and Beyblade, I was on Digimon. I was a Digimon kid. I love Digimon shows. It was good. Digimon never had a good game though. Unlike Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon, who had passable, good, right, trading card games, Digimon never had that. Wasn't a thing. Was never the case. Um, right. I mean, like never had a good like trading card game. Like the trading card game for Digimon was never like non-existent basically. Um, they do now. Sure, maybe they do now. I don't know. I don't keep up with Digimon trading card now. When I was younger, when I was buying cards of stuff, I never freaking was like, oh, let me find some Digimon cards, right? I got Pokemon cards, and I saw Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and I thought they were stupid. So, I mean, I've played Digimon Time Stranger. Like I've played the Digimon like video game. I'm talking about like the trading card games, right? And then on like Bakugan versus Beyblade, Beyblade had a good anime. Bakugan had a decent like kids show for the first maybe 3 seasons, and then it sucked. Right, Bakugan season 1 was good. Season 2 was good. New Vestroya was okay. It was good. Mectanian Surge was bad. Not good. Not good. No, New Vestroya was number 4, right? Not good. What was number 3? Okay, hold on. I have to find it out. But the number 4 was the alien ones. Am I tripping? Season 4 of Bakugan was the one where they introduced aliens. They had aliens that looked like humans. It didn't make any sense to me. Bakugan season 3. Gundalian Invaders. That's the one. New Vestroya was good. So Bakugan Battle Brawlers, which was season 1 and season 2, was good. New Vestroya was decent, right? Gundalian Invaders, which is basically Bakugan Modulo, if you think about it, right? It kind of did that before JJK did. But they had aliens that came to Earth that basically looked like humans, but just looked slightly different. They also had horns, funnily enough. And they were just Bakugan players as well. They also had like, Bakugans from space. Sucked, right? Wasn't good. 3 out of 10. And then Mectanian Surge came. Horrible. 1 out of 10. Really bad. And then they rebooted it. Now it's Bakugan Battle Planet. And that's even worse. 0 out of 10. And now apparently there's another one, Armored Alliance, which had a sick theme. Wait, there's another one? Geogon Rising? Evolution? How many of them are there? Legends? And then it rebooted again? In 2023? Oh my freaking goodness, I'm old. I'm old. Anyway, sorry. What was I talking about? I do remember Chaotic. Chaotic had a good show. Nobody played the card game though. So, I don't tell you. I'm 25, bro. Yeah, but apparently I'm old enough to see 3 different Bakugan series. That makes me old. I've lived through 3 different Bakugan series. This is how it feels to have your favorite Flash character to be Jay Garrick. Like, I remember when the Flash was Jay Garrick. Back in my day, Jay Garrick was my Flash. Like, all right, get back to bed, Grandpa. Get back to bed. You're like, no, Alan Scott, Green Lantern. He was the guy.
Don't look now, but
We're being Alan Scott, Green Lantern. Okay, exactly. Anyway, I do want to see a few things, right? I want to talk about this tweet that I made. Over the last where I said it first? Nah, I said it first. Let's talk about Mallory McCrow saying that Gen Z is stupid. We can say, or show. This tweet that I made that isn't doing very well, but I think it's important, so we're going to talk about it. And I also want to talk about this video, which is Drama Slop from Internet Anarchist, but it's about pirate software, so I'll let it slide. And then we can look at some of the California debate clips from the governor debate. I saw some commentary about it on Twitter, which leads me to believe that Katie Porter is not going to win.
Pirate Software built his brand on the illusion that he was
Okay, we'll come back to this later.
As a Californian.
The billionaire and governor incoming? Indeed. Indeed, another billionaire governor incoming. Watch this. I also wanted to watch this video. Parasites are eating your hobbies alive about freaking Logan Paul being a LARPer. This is kind of interesting. It's kind of funny. There's also John Oliver that I can't watch on YouTube stream because it will take my stream down, but maybe. There's also this funny little video. The first Bill tried to experience human racism. This is a tad bit of a Invincible spoiler, but you know.
So that's what catfish tastes like. Yeah, you love fried food, don't you, boy? Boy, what, is there a child? Is there a child around me? I'm talking to you, boy. I'm not. Do y'all grow up faster? Do y'all look like kids like this? Well, you don't understand what I'm saying, monkey. See, now you're saying monkey. Is there an animal? I don't understand. Do you see something I don't see? All right, how about this one for you? Jigaboo. I don't know what that means. Is that like a type of music? Is that like a flavor of ice cream? Oh, you a dumb gorilla. Nah, bro, I just don't understand. I'm not from around here. I'm from out of town. I just moved here. What, you think you're better than me or something? Do I think I'm better than you? I mean, oh no, yeah, you think you're better. You think you're big and strong. How about you put your hands up? I can't fight you, bro. I'm sorry. No, I don't want no problems. Nah, don't be scared. Oh, because you know I'm stronger. No, you're not stronger. No, you definitely not stronger. I'm just saying I can't really do that. All right, I gotta keep a low profile. Yeah, then go ahead, put your hands up. If you ain't scared. If you think that you some type of superior, I'll show you superior. Look, I know you're trying to instigate something. I get that from the energy, but like I'm not. No, bro. No. Yeah, you want to just be up in here. You want to start taking over our land, taking our women. This human, taking our jobs. Yeah, no, go ahead, put your hands up. Put your hands up, you need. Let me hide the body, man. I don't need thrag on me. Ain't it fun?
That just got 100,000 views. Good for him, bro. And true. And based and real.
You hear about this red button?
And before we fully move on, I do want to get into whatever Northern Lion is talking about when it comes to the red button versus blue button. So I want to know what he has to say.
Button, blue button shit? Yes, I have. But I don't fully understand the, I guess the societal context of red button, blue button. My limited understanding of red button, blue button is that it serves as a signal for what kind of individual you are in society. Red button is logical. Why wouldn't you press the red button? The red button, if everybody pressed the red button, no one would be harmed. Blue button is I love my fellow man.
Fair.
Red button's the only answer. I try not to get sucked into this stuff anymore because I see it as kind of like an ethical version of like 98% of kindergartners can solve this math problem, but only 2% of adults can do it, which is basically almost always just an ambiguously written mathematical expression that for some reason uses the divide symbol instead of putting the whole thing like over what they're going to divide it by. But
that's true in those cases. This is not one of those cases. The blue button is the correct answer. Correct.
Dress, okay, the dress is fucking white and gold. That one.
Okay, he's also wrong about that. Okay, like what are we talking about here? It's black and blue. He's rage baiting.
I'll lay my fucking foot down. The dress is white and gold. I don't care if it's literally blue and black. The picture is not blue and black. The picture is white and gold. I'm not falling for decades-old bait.
I will say, Slay the Spire 2, this is my first time seeing it. Because I've played Slay the Spire 1. It looks like a decent upgrade, like visually and graphically.
You're gonna fall for it, and you're gonna like it, okay? NL, the type of guy to press the red button. No, literally, I found out recently that I'm not in the streaming business, I'm in the PR business. As someone in the PR business, I have to hit the blue button, because if I hit the red button and live, I still die, because my life is over if people find out I hit the red button.
Exactly. Which is why it's always correct to hit the blue button. And it's never right to hit the red button. Pretty good, would recommend. You see, I would play it, but I have to beat Slay the Spire 1 first. It's the same reason why I can't play Silksong. Because I haven't beaten Hollow Knight yet. Right? And it's the same reason why I can't play Hades 2. Because I haven't 100%ed Hades 1. Right? I've beaten the main story. Like, I've escaped, basically. But I haven't beaten it with all weapons. And gotten all the possible upgrade paths. Which means I haven't beaten the game yet. Which means I can't play Hades 2 until I've beaten Hades 1 yet. So, exactly.
So I have to hit the blue button. Brian Johnson tweeted out that he ate his wife's pussy. Any thoughts? My thought, again, not being on Twitter, but knowing that Brian Johnson is the vampire immortality guy, please tell me that he spun it into a way
Brian Johnson would press the red button, chat. I'm just saying.
Like, teach a lesson about business-to-business sales. Please tell me that the lesson was like there's peptides.
It was about the ending of Slay the Spire 1. No. It's not about spoiling the ending, chat. It's about my experience while playing it. You feel me? Everything I experienced about this game without playing, like finishing the first one, to the extent that I want to finish it, would be a spoiler in and of itself. You know?
Or something like that.
Like, even watching this is a spoiler in and of itself. Right? Okay, and that's it. That's all the section. Okay, we're gonna close it there. We're gonna end this part there. Because I don't care about the red button, blue button section. Why does Twitter keep doing this, bro? Reload the page. We can look at freaking something. Banana Bernada. Something. I'm organizing so much with local organizers. He's a member of the DSA, and it's all just a clubhouse while they do nothing about their Zionist members who are currently in office doing Zionism. Not in New York City, man. Just not much I can do with Zoran as much as I disagree with him. It's a national level issue. If there is to be intervention there, there's plenty you can do. For example, utterly destroy the DSA. Sure. That does nothing but this over and over and over again. You aren't trying that, are you? You're either you're working on yet another entryist campaign so you can do the same, so the same thing can happen again. I mean, sure. Yeah. You could be destroying the DSA, which he also doesn't explain how you do that either. Right? Like, it's one more of entryism, bro. Like, I'm not even pro entryism, but like, you have to admit that like what Banana Banana's talking about here isn't like a solution either. He's just like, yeah, you can destroy the DSA. Got him. Like, you know what I mean? Like, at best, both of those solutions are nothing. They're both meaningless, you know? They both are net neutral. They both don't, like, advance any cause forward. Right? So, like, is what I was saying a few days ago. Like, I can't bring it in myself to, like, care enough to be like, I need to torpedo, like, the 3 anti-Zionist Democrats that exist, because I don't feel like the Democratic Party itself is an effective apparatus. who end up defending dems by proxy of their DSA candidates running on the Democratic ticket. I agree. People are doing that. That's not what we're talking about here, though. You know what I mean? You're talking about a different thing. You have your own issues with the DSA, and you're projecting that on this topic of discussion because you see somebody who's also anti-DSA. But that's not what Bada Banana is talking about here. Right? James is not doing that. James is not a fan of the Democratic Party. I can guarantee you that, you know? Right? And so, I don't think that there's anything inherently wrong with being like, hey, I want Cori Bush to be elected, you know? Or I want Abdullah Saeed to win the Senate seat or something. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. Even if you don't feel like that's, effective, it's, again, neutral. It's not positive nor negative, right? If people say, you know, we need the Democratic Party to exist because I want Cori Bush to win, then that would be a problem, but that's not what's being talked about or addressed here, right? Bada Banana is just likes to throw stones. That's it. He likes to declare an enemy and be like, I'm gonna just attack this enemy. So if somebody's like, I don't even know what the context of this conversation, and we can probably find it because I follow James at least. Yo, Christian, what's up? When the king see me positive energy and good vibes, listening as I fold laundry. Welcome in. I was talking about Bada Banana, unfortunately. Oh, we also have to talk about Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley. I saw a tweet that said Nick Shirley entered Cuba and the literacy rate dropped by 20%, and it made me laugh. That was a funny post. That's how I retweeted it. It's so funny. But this is how it started, right? James said Mamdani's position on illegal sale of Palestinian land is officially that he opposed them, but is also going to ensure that all those engaging in those are safe due to the sale being in a house of worship with friends like these. And then Bada Banana jumped in and is like, but you're an enthusiastic Mamdani dick rider. Like, this is James doing critique of Zohran Mamdani, which is what you should be doing, right? And Bada Banana doesn't care about actually critiquing Zohran Mamdani, right? Because if he did, and he actually cared about any of these things, he'd be like, oh, well, yeah, I'm glad you were actually waking up to why Zohran Mamdani is actually bad or whatever. But instead, he likes to just throw stones. You know what I mean? He likes to just throw stones in an effective manner, which is why I think everybody should just block him. Because he keeps making new accounts and just keeps coming back. You know? And so, then yada yada yada. He says, what are you going to fight against the imperialists that instills and maintains the current Argentinian government? Scum fat pig. You have no idea how I am. I don't claim to be a political activist. All I'm saying, it would be nice to see you organize before you throw stones. Exactly, I told you. All he does is throw stones. James has been on here pissed all day at Mamdani. Seriously, wake up, bada. I mean, 3 takes in the middle of a meeting with other organizers to get them plugged into local anti-apartheid campaigns and setting up meetings with local Muslim communities leaders and help them win a local DSA campaign here. Maybe you should plug in. I don't know. And then he just like, you know, this is how we saw here. Right? And it's just like, it's silly. Versus obviously it's easy to grip to the right, but it's very hard to grip to the left. Bada Banana has found the way. The problem is it requires him to continuously expose his bad faith and his bad faith out in the open, so people, so as to attract more with a particular blind spot required for his cash cow.
Saber Slayer GG
Yeah.
just subscribed.
Saber Slayer GG, thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. Kissed about Abinati, he's the leader of the Tony Online Adventurous Leftists, as he's always been. And like as I say all the time, I wish there was a little bit of self-reflection from the leftists that platformed him during the Ethan Klein stuff. Because again, it was about like he was doing the same thing then, but it was against the good people. It was against the good targets. And like maybe it's like the one Batman meme, which like these are the tools of the enemy. We will not use it because we do not need it, right? Maybe if we didn't platform Bad Up Renata at that time and start, shoveling support in his way when he was, doing this towards Ethan Klein, it was like, yeah, he's an attack dog. We just have to point him in the right direction. Now after he finishes mauling Ethan Klein over there, we're surprised when he turned around and started to attack us too. Right? Like maybe that requires a little bit of self-reflection about like maybe that's not the best way the left should operate, and that we should have a little bit of standards for who and what we support on our side, because when we don't have those standards, it will inevitably turn around and bite us again. There are a few people I fell for due to their dunking on Ethan Klein, but there are actually awful people now that I think about it. They're valid criticisms of Western left, but he always blows them way out of proportion, and it goes from like there's labor aristocracy to the first world must all die. And then even if it was just even if it went to the point of like the first world must all die, right? Like I could understand that from the perspective of like from somebody from like the global south being frustrated by the impact of Western nations on their countries, right? So even then, I'm like, I'm not even going to litigate like a lot of people's emotional reactions to that stuff. But like, Bada Banada, like, again, one is not like that person, but two is like making his name honorary Jewish black man while he's calling black leftist online slaves. Like this is like he's a very specific kind of thing, very specific kind of person. I also have to use the bathroom, so hold on. Watch this.
The smartest person in the room. But in 2025, that entire image fell apart when he was exposed as one of the most toxic and dishonest individuals in the game development community.
The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. It sucks. That's a really stupid move.
When Pirate Software told everyone that he worked on video games for 20 years, that he worked as a hacker, why did anyone believe him when this was what he was putting out? Why did it take this long for people to call him out for being a fraud when this is his magnum opus?
In the fallout, he lost more than 500,000 subscribers and almost 90% of his Twitch viewership in the span of a few short months. You'd think such a fall from grace would force anyone to step back and reflect on themselves, but Pirate Software seems to have learned nothing, because even in the big 2026, he still can't stay out of controversy and online outrage, all due to his massive ego, refusing to accept when he's wrong, and lying through his teeth to the whole world. Is the Pirate Software hate train running again? I'm so stoked. This guy is under-hated still. Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and this is the...
Okay, I'm back. Is Twitch actually buffering? Or it's... Oh, wait, my bitrate is actually just kind of down, I think. Yeah, no, it's a me thing. Hold on, let me see if I can fix it. Give me a second. Okay, that may fix it. I don't know if it does fix it. My bitrate's still dying. I don't know why it's doing that though. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me try something. Okay. That should fix it. That should fix it. Let me know if it doesn't. What was I talking about? Yeah, bad, nada, yada, 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 bad, not good, whatever. Let's talk about something that actually matters a little bit. Which was Mallory McCrell calling freaking Gen Z stupid.
My daughter is 5 years old. She starts kindergarten in the fall. She's so excited. And the thing that scares me is reading about how Gen Z and the next generation are the first generation in history to have worse cognitive abilities than the generations that came before. Because we decided that instead of investing in schools and education and teachers and after-school programs, we were going to shove screens in their faces. And we have seen tech companies addict our kids, which is why I introduced a kids online safety platform that holds tech companies accountable, that makes sure that we have data privacy for minors, that helps to get tech out of the classroom. I helped lead in the state legislature on taking cell phones out of classrooms to ensure that kids learn how to interact with each other. They learn.
I can't. I'm trying to figure out what to say this, right? It sounds good to ban phones from classrooms, right? That sounds, on paper, like a good thing to do. However, there has not been, like, good, peer-reviewed, substantive research that shows that it is the screens, that it is the phones that is like making the kids dumb. If the kids are actually being dumb anyway, right? It's very hard to compare like intelligence for entire generations across the board. It's very difficult to do. But it makes the previous generations feel good. This is something that I tweeted about a few days ago. I don't know if you've seen it, but there's a thing going around. There's this video going around about kids not being able to read like the word silhouette. Which, yo, same. This video. I think banning phones is dumb, but I do think going back to pencil and paper instead of laptops will be better. It depends what you mean by better, right? And also, this very important thing of the sentence is that you said you think. You know what I mean? Like that is a personal preference, right? Is it like better for the kids, as in like, is it more effective as a learning tool? It depends, right? Does it reduce cheating? Yes, 100%, definitely, right? And so it depends on what you're doing it for, right? But I think a big problem with this is that people are always saying, oh, it's just better if you just ban technology in classrooms, right? It's better for students if you go back to pencil and paper. Learning tool? Well, no, it depends, right? Because yeah, every kid is different, right? Every kid is different, right? Every teacher is different. Every you have, like, we have different learning standards for different schools in different districts, in different counties, in different states, right? We have a gutted Department of Education right now. Like, there are a lot of factors that go into the education system that just banning technology in school is not going to fix or solve issues. And there's not enough research that has been done about the way that technology has negatively or positively impacted, like, the education system, especially for K through 12. And there needs to be more of that. But people, especially parents, especially older generations, are reacting based on emotion, right? They're emotionally reacting based on what they're being told by people that they trust more, which is the politicians, right? So when the politicians are coming out and they're saying, hey, the iPads are bad for the kids, which could very well be the case, but therefore we need to ban all technology from our schools, that just kind of makes sense to you. We're not like, wait, why don't you build the curriculum? Why don't you just stop using iPads in the curriculum? You know what I mean? Like, you have school policies for these things. Why do you need statewide bans for, like, phones in school, if you can, like, if you have policies for these things in the school, and schools already have the power to do these things. So maybe this is like, maybe it's not that specifically, because if it's that simple, schools already have the power to do that. Maybe there's a wider, right, goal here about data collection. Maybe there's a wider goal here about censorship that, the government wants to have their own hand in. So schools can ban phones from campus, right? Schools can ban laptops. Schools can move away from, right, technology and back to paper, back to physical textbooks, right? The school boards can vote on doing that and can move in that direction. The only reason why the government, right, would need to step in is if they have a vested interest in doing so in the first place. And I think you should be asking yourself why that is, right? Why would the government want to have wide sweeping phone bans, right? Or at least, to have, ID and data collection for what kind of things your kids are posting on social media, and what the information they're getting from sources like TikTok, right, or Twitter, or online. If phones can be a distraction, but a lot of the time they're just outlets for disinterested kids are using, and a lot of phones the way they do something else. Exactly, which is why they did something else before phones existed, right? I feel like schools are struggling because of phone problems, and you would see even higher performance schools suffer too, because those kids also have phones. That's also a good point, right? But this is not me saying that there's not an issue that should be addressed with kids, right? And this video kind of illustrates it to a certain extent.
Need to end this court for me.
She wore a suit, clothes that were who's this for? Extraordinary, but somewhat Gertrude?
Now explain what that means.
I don't know.
She wore a sahalat of clothes that were extraordinary, whatever, bro, but somewhat gooch.
What does that mean?
She wore a lot. Wait, she wore. Bro, I don't know, bro. Can you take the card back, please?
She wore a. Oh, baby. She wore a silhouette of clothes that were. Bitch, I don't know that word. I don't even know how to read. I don't know why I did.
She wore a silhouette of clothes that were extraordinary, but somewhat gauche.
All right, now what does that mean?
I have no idea. Like it's cool.
Yeah, close.
It's nice or something like that. She wore a. I don't know what this shit say. I don't know what this shit say. I don't know what this shit say. I can't read it. Can't read it. Can't read it.
Right? And so the reaction to this, right, was a lot of like, I don't know how to describe it. It was like, oh, the kids are stupid. The kids are stupid. The kids are stupid, right? Which I'm not saying the kids aren't stupid, right? There's a few points that I wanna address with this conversation. One, this is a big point that a lot of people are missing. The sentence is not well written. Like it's not like she wore a silhouette of clothes that were extraordinary, but somewhat gauche is the word, right? There's a few things that people are saying. Like, one, how do they not know the word silhouette or extraordinary or gauche? These are very common words, right? One, I don't think gauche is a common word. I don't. I will stand on that specifically. I don't think gauche is a common word. It's not. So the kids are stupid. It's just by design. That it isn't their fault. They can't control how they're educated. No, I think where I would push back on this is that I don't think these kids are any more stupid than like y'all are, if I'm being entirely honest. Or that I am, or that your parents are. That's my take. Right? I think what didn't help this specific video that we saw was that, one, they're on camera. Two, right, they are encountering words that they are unfamiliar with. And then three, they know for a fact that they will be mocked for attempting to read and failing. I think those are things that all play into why they failed in the way that they failed here. You know? We also don't know if there are kids who were able to read this sentence just fine, but they didn't get put in the video. No, that's also a good point of it. Yes. Right, but it's very easy to be like, oh well, these kids are so dumb. These are stupid kids, and we were so much smarter than them. There has been an issue since No Child Left Behind. I've disagreed about how dumb everyone is intentionally since at least 2009. Yeah, but kids have always been dumb, right? Like, even before No Child Left Behind, if you go to freaking, like, the Appalachian Mountains, like, you'll find, like, kids who can't read there either, you know what I mean? If you go to, like, the 90s, you'll find kids who, like, you find literally like, entire sections of society who are illiterate. They cannot read at all, right? Literacy has been an issue in this country for the entirety of society. Right? The entirety since the inception of this country where people were not allowed to learn how to read. Right? This is a continuation of that problem for a multitude of different reasons. Right? Which is, one, we're not correcting that issue. We're not correcting that failure. Right? Because the system has no intention of correcting that failure. Two, these kids probably, they are embarrassed by not being able to read these words, right? And that probably doesn't help their ability to read, right? out loud, because that's another part of it, because reading out loud is a different skill than just reading and comprehending. Well, you're given a sentence in a paragraph of text, right? And you're reading over the sentence, even if you don't inherently and implicitly understand each word or how to pronounce each word, you can get the context of that sentence from the wider context of what you're reading, and you can comprehend what you're reading through that context, right? And so they're reading out loud, which is not a thing that, you know, schools do as often anymore. They are encountering unfamiliar words on camera, knowing that they're going to be mocked for not knowing them, and then most of them are giving up, right? So this is even a video about kids attempting to read. This is a video about kids like giving up when you know, when reaching a unfamiliar word. That's what this video is showing. That's what I said in my video, or my wait, I missed it. Where'd it go? This one. The person said, "I'm frustrated that everyone is over-focusing on whether or not high schoolers should know the word silhouette or gauche. If you actually watch the video, it's alarming that the kids are so stressed out at the sight of an unfamiliar word and don't even try to sound it out. With the exception of that one tall kid who confidently sounds them out and comes pretty close to the correct pronunciation. Good for him. Who cares if people know or don't know certain words? You can always learn a new word. I learn new words every day. But the video is upsetting because kids..." It's even's a word. Okay, now I'm questioning my ability to read. I can't tell if this is like Twitter, like he mistyped something or typo. I kind of learned helplessness around around learning itself. Like it's like they believe themselves to be stupid. Basically means show. We're learning new words. Oh, see, boom. But yeah, this is kind of what I was saying, right? That's what I said here, right? My husband, his reaction to receiving this video kind of is kind of what breeds that reaction. Our culture does not allow trial and error, and we punish and ridicule kids for attempting. The irony of people stigmatizing this, that the exact thing they're criticizing is not lost on me. Not to defend the lack of intellectual curiosity from the students, but the Department of Education is effectively been dismantled. This is a systemic issue bigger than whether or not some kids know the word silhouette. It's honestly boomer shit the way people engage with the literacy crisis. These are kids that we are failing, and y'all are more worried about how much deeper your vocabulary goes than these 16-year-olds. Congratulations, I guess. I hope you made I hope that made you feel smart or something. I do agree though that it's irrelevant what specific words they know or don't know. It's not plausible to know every word, but being unable to phonetically sound out or comprehend a sentence with context clues. With context clues is way more indicative of the problem. I'm moving thinking for the 10 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Try to into this chat with a good stream. Am I using the word using right? I have no idea. You gotta ask the freaking English teacher. But like that's the conversation, right? It's we as a society do not allow kids to fail, right? Not even in like a No Child Left Behind kind of way, which is true, which is correct, right? We don't allow kids to actually fail, but we don't allow kids to not succeed or at least attempt, because attempt is met with ridicule, which is why in like 5th grade or in 3rd grade or whatever, your teacher tells you to stand up and you read aloud and you're like, the big fox, and your classmates start to snicker at you, your teacher slaps them. Okay, don't slap them, but like, your teacher shuts that down, right? Because that's an important part of learning to read. It's failing, or at least trying, and knowing that it's okay for you to not inherently and implicitly know every word immediately, right? That dynamic is almost as important as you reading yourself, right? Your classmates being reprimanded for snickering at you for not reading as well as they can is, in my opinion, more important than you reading well or not. Because it teaches them that people are in different stages of their literacy journey, and that it's okay for them to try to learn and to sound out words, right? And this goes into a deeper problem about why phonics aren't being taught anymore, and why, like, you know, sight reading is bad. And this is all like a more in-depth conversation. But the root of the problem here, in my opinion, is that the kids here are embarrassed, right, by their lack of vocabulary. They're not embarrassed by their inability to read words, right? They're not embarrassed by the way that they read slowly. They're the most embarrassed by their lack of vocabulary, right? And that's the thing that they should be the least embarrassed by. You know? Again, argue comprehension is more important than actual pronunciation. If you can correctly guess what gauche means, you're more likely to understand the text itself. Yeah, but like, we don't, what was it? We don't laugh at a person who is like, oh, I pronounced this word like this my entire life, and I never knew it was pronounced another way. People are like, ha 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 ha, that's pretty funny, right? When it's like black kids in a video and they say gauche, people are like, oh, what a stupid kid that is. Huh, they don't know gauche. Everybody knows the word gauche. It's a super common word, right? Like, what's a good example of a word that people do like that, right? That people just mispronounce consistently. I don't know. I saw a video. No, not GIF. That's not an example of what I'm thinking of. Niche. Niche is a good one, right? Niche is a good one. There are adults who go through their entire life, right, who don't pronounce niche like niche. They pronounce it niche. And it isn't until they hear somebody else say it, they're like, oh, you pronounce it like that? You pronounce it like niche? But nobody laughs at that. Okay, maybe people like, you know, chuckle or whatever, but nobody says that they're stupid. Right? How do people pronounce cash? Cache? Maybe click as well. But like that same level of like charity is not extended to these kids who don't know these words. And they know that, right? And they know that because they don't pronounce it. They give up, right? Look at the way they react. This guy.
She were a, I don't know what this shit said.
He gave up immediately. He got to a unfamiliar word. He was like, nah, I don't know what this says.
I don't know what this shit said. I don't know what this shit say.
Right, and I think also two things. One, it says a lot about the person who made the video that he walked around with this index card, trying to make his classmates feel stupid. But if he came up with the sentence is not grammatically correct either. Cause like, you don't wear a silhouette, like that's not a thing. So I guess technically it could be grammatically correct, but it's not contextually correct. Technically you can.
I don't know what this shit said.
So it kind of makes sense, but saying were instead of was is incorrect.
I don't know what this shit say.
She wore a silhouette of clothes that were extraordinary,
I can't read it.
but somewhat gauche. Grammatically correct, but semantically clunky. Thank you. That's the framing I was looking for. Like that's not something that people would say.
I don't know what this shit say. I don't know what
It's supposed to be
this shit say.
stolen words. So what here would be the shape of the clothes. I feel like you could write down she had worn instead of she wore. I mean, but technically she wore is correct. You normally say that the clothing had a silhouette, not that wearing a silhouette, or the clothes created a silhouette.
I can't read it. Can't read it. Can't read it. Can't
Mostly French words, to be honest. Like extraordinary.
Read the end discourse for me.
She wore a suit, clothes that were. Who's this for? Extraordinary, but somewhat Gertrude?
No, explain what that means.
English 70% stolen words and other 30% are made up. True. But to be fair, it's like a lot of languages though. Gosh darn shared culture. Anyway. How did we get here? How did we get here? What were we talking about before? I don't remember. Oh, Nick Shirley. And literacy. If Cuba put Nick Shirley in a dungeon, I'll defend them till my last breath. That's how we got here. It was called Nick Shirley. And then Mallory McCrow.
In the state legislature on taking cell phones out of classrooms to ensure that kids learn how to interact with each other. They learn how to build relationships, and they actually learn to learn instead of just being trapped.
I do wonder how do you enforce that? Like, how do you enforce that? Like, if the state legislature writes a law that says no phones in classrooms, but the teacher's like, you guys can have your phone, do the cops come in? Does one of the students on their phone call in the cops and be like, hey, I have my phone in the class, the cops come in and take the phone from the kids? Or do they send the kids to jail for the... Like, how is that enforceable? Cops in every classroom.
On social media platforms that make you more anxious, more depressed, and more angry. It is unacceptable, and that is my guiding principle as the next U.S. Senator, is to make sure the next generation had it better.
The point is that they don't think about that, right? They don't think about like that far. It's supposed to sound good. They don't have to cite any research that says that like there is a 30% boost in productivity when students have their phones not on their person in the classroom. They don't have to cite any peer-reviewed studies. All they have to say is be like, it's them darn phones, am I right, parents? And they're like, yeah, it's them darn phones. Take them phones out them classroom. It's them darn phones. Yeah, that's it. You don't have to prove it. You don't have to like actually come with any substantive analysis. But it's very easy for people who are just like, but I personally believe that phones are bad. Which they very well could be. They very well could be. It has to be proven. That is a thing that has to be proven. That's it. My two kids are elementary age. They have a lot of screen time because I'm a single mom. They're both of them. They get the program. It's not the screens. I mean, my more parents spend more time on their phones than I do. Gen Z. True.
My
I'm gonna be on this. I know. But it's also, this is not entirely too long. The comments are off. I wonder why. Yeah, 30 minutes. But that's kind of just like an afterthought. I also want to get to this as well. But I kind of want to watch a video right now. I'm a little bit tired. This is my chill day a little bit. This is my chill day. I'm a little bit tired. I want to watch a video. Also, did y'all just freaking see NTE got called out by Iron Mouse? Literally right after I finished my stream. They use so much AI. Did they? I didn't watch the clip. Was it like, is it crazy? Man, we were cooked. I didn't see Iron Mouse, but I heard people bring up the AI use. As he has a new video out. I saw the FD video, I think. It popped up on my feed here. It's like a sponsorship ended, they fell apart over that game. Yeah. Maybe they kept paying me, it wouldn't have been a problem. Anyway, let's watch this Pirate Software video because I want to chill and watch something.
For years, Pirate Software built his brand on the illusion that he was the smartest person in the room. But in 2025, that entire image fell apart when he was exposed as one of the most toxic and dishonest individuals in the game development community.
The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. It sucks. That's a really stupid move.
Which were for California governor. I mean, he explained it in his video. I get it. It makes sense to me. I can get why you don't necessarily agree with it, but his reasoning makes sense.
Pirate Software told everyone that he worked on video games for 20 years, that he worked as a hacker. Why did anyone believe him when this was what he was putting out? Why did it take this long for people to call him out for being a fraud?
Something, personality cults, well, mostly just personality cults.
When this is his magnum opus.
In the fallout, he lost more than 500,000 subscribers and almost 90% of his Twitch viewership in the span of a few short months. You'd think such a fall from grace would force...
It's so crazy, bro. I feel a little bit bad. Am I alone on that? Just a little bit bad. He's doing fine. I mean, he's doing okay. But like, imagine like at your job, you like go from like making like $50,000 to making like $500,000 for 4 months. And then you go back to making like $40,000. You know what I mean? Okay, probably maybe $60,000. Like, that's like, that's a good thing. But like in that interim period where you made $500,000 for 4 months, you went out and you bought a house, you bought 2 cars, you started planning your new life around this new height of your career, and then you lost it all like immediately. It's really weird because he wasn't canceled for a good reason, and good reason existed. Yeah. But like, again, I still think he sucks. Right? I still think he sucks, but like, he did kind of bring this on himself. Not kind of. He 100% brought this on himself. At any point before this, he could have stopped the bleeding. Like, legitimately, at any point before this, he could have stopped the bleeding. And because of his insane ego, I take it back, actually. You know what? I felt bad for like 10 seconds. For like 10 seconds. I take it back. No. He could have saved himself at literally any point in this dynamic. At literally any point. 2 words. I'm sorry. He can still do it. Nah, honestly, I think the ship has sailed. I do. I think his reputation is insanely tarnished. I think it's like Ethan Klein. Like, there's nothing like Ethan Klein could say to kind of rehabilitate his reputation. Like, same with Pirates. Like, it's kind of cooked at this point. And they completely brought it on himself. He's not more advanced than the other successful content creators. No, he kind of is a little bit. to be entirely fair, he kind of is. He is. In like in the grand scheme of like the creators that he was running with. Of course, if you compare him to like Ice Poseidon and like Logan Paul and like Ethan Klein, then like yeah, he's not like the worst. He's pretty high up there when it comes to like being an egomaniacal maniac. You know what I mean? Like somebody who's just like, I'm right and I'm always going to be right, and you can never tell me that I'm wrong because I'm always right. And he like literally would make the life of other content creators worse because they even considered calling him out and saying, I disagree with you. How much actual harm did he do though? I mean, like, if you compare him to like the people we usually talk to, not like much. But if you compare him to like the people that like in the content creator sphere, a lot. You know? Like, I think we are kind of skewed here because we talk about like terrible people, you know? We talk about like insanely horrible people. Robin talked about liberal versus left yesterday. Could be interesting. Ooh, that is interesting. That is intriguing. All right, Obama. We'll get back to you.
Yvonne?
I just got. I don't remember him doing anything actually bad. He tried to torpedo Stop Killing Games, which is like an actual like decent like movement for consumerism, not consumerism, for consumer protections. So that's like not a good thing, but like, you know, whatever. He like he tried to harass the random game developer for some reason. He would like send harassment towards a bunch of like, he's like WoW like content creator people because they just said that he was wrong on a thing. Like, he was just like nothing like egregious like compared to like what we usually talk about, but like just big streamer weaponizing his community kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. Anonymous, thank you for the gift this up. He was bound to be an Asman type figure, or rather it happened now than when he was bigger. I mean, they had like 14,000 viewers, so like that's quite large. Yeah, I mean the mod thing came out recently, but yeah, the mod stuff was actually pretty bad. Where like he like call one of his head mods leeches. It was the whole thing. I don't know. We'll get through this and we'll get to Obama.
Anyone to step back and to reflect on themselves, but Pirate Software seems to have learned nothing, because even in the big 2026, he still can't stay out of controversy and online outrage, all due to his massive ego, refusing to accept when he's wrong, and lying through his teeth to the whole world. Is the Pirate Software hate train running again? I'm so stoked, this guy is under-hated still. Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and this is the self-inflicted downfall of Pirate Software. In this video, we're going to be breaking down how Pirate Software, aka Thor, cannot stop turning himself into an online lolcow. And by the end, you'll see why this latest desperate attempt to prove himself right might have finally destroyed what was left of his image. I have already made 2 videos covering the 2025 drama in detail, but here's a super quick recap of how everything spiraled out of control. The entire thing started in January 2025 during a World of Warcraft run, when Thor refused to help his teammates at a critical moment, causing them to die and to lose months of progress. When the community called him out for the selfish play, he refused to take any accountability.
Wants me to sit down, grovel on my knees and be like, I'm so sorry, Mr. Yamato. It was all my fault, the mage.
This ultimately led to him being kicked out from OnlyFans, a well-known World of Warcraft guild he was part of. While this controversy didn't do—
It's kind of crazy how like Soda is kind of like the impetus behind Pirate Software's downfall. Because I don't think it would have happened if he wasn't kicked out of the guild. I mean, that's like the WoW stuff was the impetus, even though he wasn't liked. A big problem with the way streaming culture works is that, like, even if you are disliked by the audience, so long as you have a big viewer base yourself and people have something to get from you, they will let you around. Right? So when you're like, why do people still hang around this person? Why do people still hang around this person? Well, the question is, does that person have a large number next to their name? Do they have a lot of viewers? Because if so, that answers your question, right?
Much damage to his image, it exposed Thor's inability to take criticism in a healthy way. A pattern, mind you, that would only get worse over time. By June 2025, he found himself in much hotter water, this time for his stance on the Stop Killing Games movement, a widely supported, community-driven effort to legally prevent publishers from shutting down games that players had already paid for. As one of the most influential voices in the gaming community, people expected Pirate Software to back the movement, but not only did he misunderstand the entire initiative, he used aggressive language to actively discourage it.
That is a horrible gut direction. That's awful, dude. No, eat my entire... The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. This sucks.
That's a great example. It's only right up until he said some until then. Every streamer, even progressive ones, will fuck with them. No, not even then, right? It wasn't the things that he was saying. It was when sponsors got involved and started dropping him. People only stopped, I want to say people like Everu, for example, only stopped interacting with Asmongold once like AT&T was like, beep, boop, 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 beep, hello, yes, you cannot have Asmongold on your stream at TwitchCon and stuff like that. You know, and once the sponsors got involved and like it started to impact the money, that's when Asmongold started to get cut out. Right? It even cut out more. He left of his own volition.
That's a really stupid... That's an incredibly stupid move. I think this is complete garbage. All of this can eat that. I dropped the mask entirely. I have no qualms about that. They can eat my entire... the whole thing.
His viewers weren't happy seeing him trash something the entire internet considered fundamentally pro-consumer, and even major YouTubers like Charlie publicly called out Thor for his stance.
But there's irrefutable evidence that you had a detrimental effect, a majorly damaging effect on Stop Killing Games because of your misinformation that you spread about it in 2 videos and across all your streams, and not once have you bothered to correct that record.
As a result, Pirate Software started losing tens of thousands of subscribers every day. But once again, instead of admitting that he was wrong and apologizing, he doubled down, and even tried to play the victim by claiming his games were being review bombed, which predictably only made things worse. And before this controversy could even cool off, he took another massive hit to his reputation. Recently, a jury ordered Meta and YouTube to pay millions for their role in designing and promoting addictive platforms. They knew their apps could contribute to anxiety, depression, and body image issues, just to see if you qualify for the case. With that being said, let's get right back into the video. In July 2000...
It's a law firm ad for sponsorship? That's crazy.
2025, a YouTuber named Coding Jesus released a video analyzing Thor's coding abilities.
Okay, but this is all still preamble. What about the stuff that's happening now? Okay, yada yada. He can't code. Yeah, yes, this is true.
Brand on expertise, claiming he'd worked as a hacker for the government and spent significant time at Blizzard, the legendary game studio. He leaned heavily on these credentials to establish authority in the community.
I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment, then Amazon Game Studios, and now I own my own studio, Pirate Software, by the same name, which is an indie studio, and I've been here for about 8 years now.
So when Coding Jesus put that video out, it threatened to unravel that entire image. But rather than addressing the technical criticism head-on, Thor attacked Coding Jesus personally.
It's just another, YouTube grifter trying to fight for relevance, dude. That's all that shit is.
He's so red.
All
Maybe this
too
one got to
common
him.
these days.
and deflected every time he was caught being objectively wrong.
Manually setting all to 0 with 8 lines. Those were set to 0 because it was ending the alarms. By setting them to 0, you're actually setting the alarm to off.
So what he's doing here is a classic example of deflection. He pretends the chatter asked, why do you set the alarms to 0, instead of the question, which was, why don't you iterate over them in a for loop? A for loop is a very basic coding construct. If you're iterating through a consecutive set of numbers, you definitely want to use that. It's the perfect scenario for a for loop.
Unsurprisingly,
It's like catnap for some streamers to get big and then they misstep instead of taking a minute and being quiet and saying my bad, double and triple down. They becoming an animated villain. Not all streamers do this, but it seems a particular demographic, big view count, male streamers tend to just torpedo careers this way. I mean, the type of person who to become a big streamer is the type of person that has that kind of mentality, you know?
his reputation as an expert game developer collapsed almost overnight, and worked at Blizzard became a full-blown meme, but that was far from the deepest hole he'd dig for himself. On July 5th, an ex-user tweeted a screenshot of a conversation between Thor and his mod, Kronos, which revealed that they had allegedly faked his record-breaking Twitch hype train back in April 2024 by gifting subs and bits to himself.
Do you think that this is why he hates Kronos now?
Both Thor and Kronos denied the allegation.
Also, can I say,
and
I keep
acted as
seeing
if they
people
were the
say that like the Hunter virus, which we'll talk about a little bit later, is too deadly to become a COVID 2.0. Listen, not to go on my Joe Rogan, but like, I don't trust it. Keep them on that boat. Gosh darn it. We're not taking any chances. I don't trust you, virologist. Keep them on that boat. We don't need to roll the dice on this one. Not again, bro. We just got out of that last one.
Victims of unfair online hate. But days later, another person posted a screenshot of the exact donation in question and proved that Pirate Software was a shameless liar, completely shattering whatever trust his viewers still had in him. What ties all
I understand Hunter virus being used for 2 months before they show symptoms. I think Coden uses the PPLD guy. Not that his critique is flawed. Oh no, I know that he is. I was the person who actually found that information when it first came up. I didn't bring it up because it wasn't relevant.
Together is a single consistent pattern. Thor's arrogance prevents him from ever admitting fault, even when he's clearly demonstrably wrong, and at times he'll resort to outright lying to avoid it. Pirate had a golden ticket to being as big as the biggest influencers, but his ego was stroked too much to allow himself a little humility, and that was his biggest fault, letting it go to his head. As a result, he burned through nearly all of his credibility in just a few months. And for a creator whose entire brand was built on authenticity and expertise, losing that trust meant losing almost his entire audience. But if there was one silver lining for Pirate throughout this 2025 fallout, it's that the people who are watching him after everything are genuinely loyal fans who are clearly ready to support him through the worst of times. And with that kind of audience, he still had one last shot at redemption. Obviously, reaching back to his peak was nearly impossible, but he could slowly rebuild momentum, provided he course-corrected and proved he was capable of growth. But if his recent behavior is anything to go by, it looks like he would rather sabotage his own comeback than swallow his pride. After the hype train scandal blew up in July, Thor stayed relatively low for a few months, until he decided to make a big comeback in December 2025, with a month-long event called Indecember.
For the entire month of December, we're going to be doing an event. We're going to be calling it the Indecember Games Show. One of the things that I've seen...
Did this happen? I don't remember this.
With traditional game shows...
Because women that died from the Hunter virus died in the airport, South Africa, if I recall correctly, from this outbreak. I thought it was a Dutch couple. That's what my mom said. It was a Dutch couple that died.
Quite short. It's usually just a day or a couple of hours. Those games don't get a lot of breathing room. It's usually just an ad that plays. So since I'm doing it over the entire month, we're going to be playing those games on stream. We're going to be talking to developers. We're going to be interacting with those communities. We're going to be really doing deep dives on every one of these.
He presented the event as an initiative designed to spotlight indie developers and showcase smaller games that normally wouldn't get mainstream attention.
I've also seen inside of the indie scene that money ends up being an issue for everybody. It's incredibly expensive for the indie shows to be able to show off their games, and it ends up being a huge barrier for them to be able to do this. So I'm doing it for free. We've got corporate sponsors, we've got some other types of sponsors that are in there, and we've got you guys as the viewers, so the indies aren't going to pay a dime. That's the whole point with this.
Maybe this was his attempt to re-establish himself as an influential figure in the space, after months of public humiliation. And to be fair, a lot of his audience
She was Dutch, but she died in South Africa. Oh, maybe there was a couple. It was a Dutch couple who died in South Africa. We'll get to it. We'll get to it.
Positively. Sounds like an awesome way to support indie games. So happy you're doing this. But once the event actually kicked off, it became clear who it was really for. Some industry observers pointed out that the event structure benefited Thor far more than the developers he claimed to be uplifting. There was no dedicated website, no centralized hub, developers had to reach out to Thor directly just to participate, and he hadn't taken any real steps to ensure these games would gain sustained exposure beyond his own stream. Now, did the event bring some new eyes to those developers? Probably, but the spotlight stayed almost entirely on his platform. And if you look at the numbers, there was actually a small bump in his viewership during that month. This criticism never escalated into a full-blown scandal, but it once again revealed the same pattern. Even when positioning himself as a champion for others,
he looks so different. Does his picture not look different now? Is it just me?
Thor has a habit of shaping the narrative so that he remains at the center of it, and that exact ego that needs to always be the smartest, the most important person in the room, is what sparked his most recent controversy, one that might just be the final nail in the coffin. For years, Ashes of Creation had been marketed as the next great evolution in the MMO space. It raised over $3.2 million in crowdfunding, built a passionate community of nearly 20,000 backers, and asked players to believe in it for close to a decade. Then, on February 1st, 2026, without warning, Intrepid Studios announced that it was shutting down development and laying off the entire development team. As you can imagine, the backlash was immediate, and a significant chunk of that anger landed straight on Pirate Software, because if you've watched Thor for any length of time over the past few years, you know he has been one of the loudest voices backing the project. But just 4 days before the official shutdown, he quietly stopped backing the game, and when Intrepid made the announcement public, Thor posted a lengthy tweet claiming he wasn't surprised the project failed, which to a lot of people felt incredibly two-faced.
Okay, please.
Addressing the situation. In it, he claimed that the real reason he distanced himself from Ashes of Creation was moderation issues. According to him, there were racist and hateful users infesting the community.
And I was sending them stuff back and forth with this, and I was like, hey, we got a serious moderation problem on the server. And we started linking them things. There was a guy that was actually posting comments about Jewish people every day, all day, right? He was just doing that every single day, all day. And the account would just change every single day. Guy never got banned. We had a guy that was saying that he wanted to form a group to go kill all the LGBT people on the server. We got a screenshot of that, sent it up to them. Guy never got banned.
He also showed a screenshot of a message from Margaret Crone, who was head of communications on the project.
What led me to quit the game was actually this response from Margaret, which I have right here.
Now, on the surface, what Thor said sounds completely reasonable.
That is a different person. They're trolling me. I'm being trolled now. This is a different guy. I know I'm bad with identifying white people's faces, okay? I know I am. I know I'm not good at it. But, like, I'm not that bad. You can't just put a different person in front of me expecting me to just be like, okay, this is the same guy.
We're talking about, and by now you should.
I think Internet Archive is just editing different pictures of random guys as Pirate Software, as a meme or something.
How this goes. Given his track record of twisting situations to make himself look like the only right person in the room, people weren't exactly inclined to take his word for it. Shortly after his video went live, Margaret went on social media and claimed that Thor had misrepresented the context of that message. This was not what that message was in reference to. It was in reference to someone calling him a ferret effer and good shit, your Kiwi Farms page is booming. We actioned the account but did not permanently ban the person. Those other folks saying super egregious things like saying they wanted to kill LGBT people, we were banning. And given Thor's history of lying, a large portion of the community sided with her immediately. So, in an attempt to prove himself right once and for all, Thor released screenshots of an extremely long text exchange between him and Margaret. But this move was about to backfire in the worst way imaginable, because the texts didn't show what Thor wanted them to show. They showed the opposite. From the very start of the conversation, Thor wasn't reporting a racist user. He was reporting people who were making fun of him or referencing his Kiwi Farms page, and calling him names. That was what he wanted Intrepid to take action on. And when they didn't act fast enough, he texted Margaret again a week later, asking why the players he reported still hadn't been banned.
Bro, it's crazy to be like, hey, Mom, this guy's bullying me. This guy's bullying me, Mom. Mom, this guy needs to be banned.
Margaret again. That was what he wanted.
This dude needs to be banned. Mods.
Intrepid to take action on. And when they didn't act fast
I mean, obviously, Kiwi Farms is bad. It sucks. But, like, you can't then lie about... You can't lie about it. Don't lie about what the bans were for then. Maybe he's bad. Maybe I'm tripping.
He texted Margaret again a week later, asking why the players he reported still hadn't been banned. Margaret explained that not every report leads to a permanent ban, stating, depending on the severity and context, some cases warrant warnings or temporary actions, which are not reflected on the public ban list. She also explained that their small support team was working through a massive backlog of reports, which was causing delays. But Thor seemed fixated on getting these viewers banned. According to him, they were connected to the 6 swatting incidents he had experienced over the past year. Now, to be clear, swatting is a completely unjustifiable form of cyber harassment that can put someone's life at serious risk. It is not something anyone should ever have to deal with. But, as Margaret pointed out in her reply, it's also not something a video game moderation team has any control over beyond their own platform. We hear you, and we want to be very clear that we take concerns like this seriously. If at any point you feel that your personal safety is at risk, we strongly encourage you to contact local law enforcement immediately. We can and do take action within our platforms, but threats that extend beyond the game or into the real world are best handled by the appropriate authorities. Which was a reasonable response, but not for Thor. You see, he's so used to banning everyone in his chat who criticizes or pokes fun at him, he expected the same instant treatment here. But when he couldn't get the situation handled exactly the way he wanted, he flipped out and sent a long, threatening message that he would stop playing and streaming the game. At this point, it would have been completely understandable if the person on the other side got irritated and simply stopped responding to him. But Margaret continued to be really polite, reading, "I can see how deeply disappointed you are, and I understand why this moment feels like a breaking point. We investigate the reports you and others submitted. The messages in question occurred within a very short window, roughly a 15-minute span, and
Wait, okay, did I miss another different guy? Hold on. That's a different guy! Okay, stop.
At this point, it would have been completely understandable if the person on the other side got irritated and simply stopped responding to him. But
okay, I have to give this a dislike, bro. They're just like, make pirate software, or like, at Grok. Take this picture and make him look madder.
Margaret continued to be really polite, reading, "I can see how deeply disappointed you are, and I understand why this moment feels like a breaking point. We investigate the reports you and others submitted. The messages in question occurred within a very short window, roughly..."
Wait, all this is okay. And again, all this is a recap. This is all only a recap. This is just a recap. I thought it was something new. Okay, what a waste of 18 minutes of my life. Let's look at Obama. I'm tired. I need a nap, bro.
The Senate is nonpartisan, but you yourself are still a member of the Democratic Party. Yeah. There's a debate on what the direction of the Democratic Party should be. It looks like it's going to be a fairly good midterm election for the Democrats. Chance to take the House, if not the Senate. But there's a big debate on what the leadership would be like going forward. Basically, it's liberals versus the left, to be very reductive about it. As my children say to me, "Dad, you're a liberal. We're leftists." Because they're like, liberals...
Children Colbert's. Stephen Colbert's children's... What, I don't know what they're freaking called. The kids. That's what this word is. He's like, "Dad, you're a liberal. You're a liberal. We're leftists. All right, there's a difference. We're not the same. Not the same."
debate on what the leadership would be like going forward. Basically, it's liberals versus the left, to be very reductive about it. As my children say to me, Dad, you're a liberal. We're leftists. Because they're like, liberals are people who think things should basically stay the same. You know what I mean?
True. Oh, let them know. Let them know. Stick it to them.
And the next generation really wants things to change. So you have great leaders. You have people like Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill, very centrist.
I wouldn't call them great leaders, but okay.
But then you have further left, like AOC or Zoran Mamdani. What direction do you think would be best for this party to actually?
Dang, even the production team put in a clap for AOC and Zoran Mamdani. Nothing for Spanberger. That's crazy. I think it's kind of. I think the center's kind of cooked, Chad. Am I coping? The center's kind of cooked.
Actually achieve change?
Well, two things I want to say. First, you're right. The presidential center is nonpartisan.
Sorry.
And the reason I want to mention that is because...
Sorry, I was listening. What are you saying?
Well, two things I want to say. First, you're right. The presidential center is nonpartisan. And the reason I want to mention that is because I'm worried about the Republican Party, not just the Democratic Party. When I was president, people would ask me, well, what change would you like to see in Washington? I'd say, I'd love a loyal opposition. I'd love a Republican Party that was conservative in some ways, that didn't agree with me on a whole bunch of stuff, but...
And do you realize that was stupid, Obama?
Believed in rule of law and judicial independence and
empirical
evidence and science, and wasn't constantly tapping into our worst impulses. And there has been a Republican Party like that in the past, and I want to see that returned because I think you have to have two healthy parties. Now, with respect to Democrats, I'm not as worried about this so-called rift between the left and liberals as you describe it, because I think that within the Democratic Party, and I would argue a bunch of independents and even some Republicans as well, there's an overarching belief in equality, fairness. If you work, you should be able to make a living wage and support a family and retire with dignity and respect. And we should not allow companies to just run roughshod over the rights of workers. There are a bunch of things that we agree on, and it's really more of a question of, all right, what are the specific things that we have to do? You look at somebody like Mamdani, who I think is an extraordinary talent. He wants people...
Okay, why does he pronounce it like Andrew Cuomo?
...to be able to afford housing in New York. Well, I would assume liberals in New York want the same thing.
Not the landlords, but sure.
And so I don't worry as much about some of these issues within the Democratic Party. What I'm more interested in for Democrats is, do you know how to just talk to regular people like we're not in a college seminar, right? Can you talk plain English to folks about...
I think that's one of the powers that Mamdani has.
That's correct.
Is that he also, not only does he talk like a normal person, but he lives a normal life, but he names what is obviously wrong.
Yes.
I'm telling you, I think they're conceding, chat. I think this is liberals kind of conceding ground. I think they're conceding ground here. Now, how much staying power will it have? We'll see. But I think they're like, we're trying to save face. I mean, they kind of have to. Which is how different is that? Some aren't, but it seems like Obama is. And I think Colbert is as well. Do you think they want to co-opt Mamdani? Yeah. But if Mamdani doesn't move, then they'll be forced to move as well. Theoretically speaking, you know? The question is, they're hoping that Mamdani does move. Or they're hoping that AOC moves, who, if I'm being real, is more likely to move. Not like because she's like not ideologically invested, but because, you know, she likes to play politics a little bit. Or they're hoping that like Graham Plattner moves or Abdullah Saeed moves, right? Like that's what they're hoping for. They're hoping that they can like still find a home in this space, this new landscape where they're like, guys, we're allowed to be centrists here, right? You guys won't hate us if we're centrists.
And he goes, we should change that thing.
That doesn't make any sense, and not have a bunch of gobbledygook around it. And so what I'm looking for...
Is there a strict no gobbledygook?
No gobbledygook.
Here at you should carve that into the wall somewhere of the Obama Center.
You know what?
No gobbledygook. Just talk.
The building's not completed. I think I'm going to put that somewhere. I'm going to carve it into some of the granite out here.
Sure.
No gobbledygook. Just talk like normal people talk. You know what? Like,
It's kind of silly for Obama to say that, to be entirely fair. But, you know, sure.
The rent's too high. We need to make the rent lower for people.
All right. Earlier this year, you said of aliens,
yes,
quote, they're real, but I haven't seen them. Then you tried to walk it back the next day. You know no one believed you, right? Because that first one had the ring of truth. It was just a guy just finally letting it out. And then the next day you're like, well, what I meant was, I'm sure that somewhere out there, given the infinite, nature of the universe and no one buys that. Just come clean, man. You don't want to tarnish a reputation for just like frankness and honesty at this point of your career.
Oh, Lord.
Sir, at long last, won't you just...
I thought it was so obvious what I meant.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Oh, it was obvious what you meant. And we all got the message.
Here's the thing.
Uh-huh.
For those of you who still think that, we've got little green men underground somewhere.
Yeah, obviously that's stupid. They're not green. And they're not men. Obviously. Let's be entirely real here. We know. We know. Say no more. Say no more. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Obama. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
One of the things you learn as president is government is terrible at keeping secrets. This idea of conspiracy theories, if there were aliens or alien spaceships or anything under the control of the United States government that we knew about, seen, photographs, what have you.
We've seen the photographs now. Those tiny little dots, very blurry, in those Polaroids. We've seen them. What do you mean?
I promise you, some guy guarding the installation would have taken a selfie with one of the aliens and sent it to his girlfriend and press him. It would leak.
Or there'd be like hints. There'd be like certain hints out there, like a president.
Realistically, he's right about this, unfortunately. As much as I want there to be beautiful, batty blue aliens, he's correct about this.
Presidential Center would look like a scout ship that's just come down from low orbit and landed in Chicago. That would happen, something like that.
It could happen.
Okay.
And
do you wish they were real?
I actually do. All right. I'm putting in a plug now.
Okay.
First Contact. I think I would be a good emissary for the plan.
Make sure that there are no hospitals on the alien ship, and we're good. I agree with him. 0 hospitals on the alien ship, and we're chilling. Maybe he's right.
You represent me.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a diverse background. Some
Or
experience
bridges,
in
that's,
statecraft
or
and
schools, that's true.
I'm friendly.
Okay.
Yeah. So I actually think, I could do a pretty good job. All right.
That's a good pitch.
Yeah.
We will keep that in mind. Thank you so much.
You know what my take on aliens is, chat? I am also in the camp that somewhere in the expansive universe, intelligent life probably exists, but it's probably microscopic bacteria in 99% of the cases. And in like, it's not maybe like intelligent life, but like that's like life exists in like microscopic bacteria. But an intelligent life, in the 1% that exists of intelligent life, right? Like a complex intelligent life that does exist, I think it's too far away from us for any of us of humanity to have any contact with in how short the lifespan of humanity has been. I don't think they would want to discover us now. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think in a theoretical, like, from a theoretical perspective, they would want to discover other intelligent life in the same way that we want to discover other intelligent life. I just think that it's too vast. You know? Imagine the planet Earth and there's like 6 people. You know what I mean? There's 6 people in the entire planet. 1 person on each continent except for Antarctica. You feel me? Oh, okay, we'll get this as well. This seems interesting. There's gonna be Outer Wilds. I haven't played it, but like, if you were the person, right? Freaking in like South America, you'd be like, yeah, nice, it's nice here. I'd want to see whoever's else is in this world. But do you know how like almost impossible it would be for you to be able to find somebody else in the world if there's only 6 people? Virtually impossible. Virtually impossible. And hope, like, maybe if, like, you know, if there was 2 people and there was like 12 people, and you each have kids, 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 eventually at a certain point, then maybe you would be able to meet up, right? But like, it's very unlikely, right? I think it's like that situation with aliens. You know? The entire planet of the atmosphere is made up of water, made of no bass in there. No, I'm not saying that there is no bass. I'm saying that there is probably microscopic bacteria, right? Probably stuff like that. But I think intelligent life is spread so thin across the cosmos that we're effectively alone, right? And it would take hundreds of thousands of years, tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of years, to start to get the technology to even start to contact and find where other intelligent life is. It ain't happening in our time, in our lifetime. It's science fiction, and honestly, I kind of prefer that. If they can reach us, they can dominate us. I don't think inherently alien civilizations would want to dominate us. Like inherently so. But I also don't think that they wouldn't. We just wouldn't know. I think Sean's original 1 person per continent is about right. Maybe one continent has a couple to mate. Most species die off at one point. Yeah. Who knows? Right? And there could theoretically have been 5 or 10 people per continent at one point. But the other 9 people died early on before you even met them. So you don't even know. You know what I mean? So who knows? I believe any sufficiently advanced civilization would surpass the need for expansion or domination. Yeah, but like, think about how cool it would be for them, you know, to have like little human pets. You're thinking about like the needs. Think about like the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? It wouldn't be a need for them; it would be a want. Do you think the aliens would abide by Maslow's hierarchy of needs? That's the real question.
But it hasn't happened yet.
Okay, great.
All right.
And we have your phone number here on the resume. Thank you so much. Very impressive.
Good.
Well, Barack.
Anyway, found in San Francisco, brags about paying for sex, feminist rhetoric, different reality. Hassan Piker bragged on stream for paying for sex at a Berlin brothel while calling himself a feminist ally. Action speaks louder than rhetoric. Protest. Oh, I wish I was in California. I would go. Oh, it's tomorrow. Feminism isn't. Wait, is the song going to be in San Francisco tomorrow? He said rape allegations don't matter. Sam Piker publicly dismissed sexual violence from October 7th Hamas attacks, calling them rape hallucinations. We believe survivors. We demand better. We won't be silent. Protest. These survivors are like, oh, okay. Interesting. Oh, so you want to get my? Well, you go with my lock, chat. You want my lock? I think Shreka's losing. I think he loses to Scott Wiener. I'm not saying that I want it to happen. That's just what I feel in my bones. I think Graham Plattner wins. I think Abdullah Saeed wins. I think. Who else is it? Who else is running? I think Talarico wins. Maybe. I'm 50-50 on that. I think Roy Cooper is a maybe as well. I think Cory Bush has a good chance. The polls aren't looking great for Shrek, and he hasn't secured any big endorsements. Tom Steyer loses. I disagree. I think Tom Steyer wins, actually. I think Tom Steyer wins. Chris Rabb. I haven't seen the polls for Chris Rabb, actually. So I don't know. I like Chris Rabb, so I want him to win. But I have not seen the polls. Ziffer was up 5 last poll. Didn't she drop out of like every freaking forum and debate? Hey, Roy Cooper, but I think he's going to win by a big margin. I don't hate Roy Cooper. I think he's a bit too establishment for me, unfortunately. When was this? It was April 1st. This is well within the margin of acceptability. I think he can close this gap easily. This is way before he did a stream with Hassan anyway. I think he has a good chance. If he only had a 5-point deficit from a month ago, before all of her like APAC stuff came out, as a pro Stanford internal, yeah, I think that he has a very good chance of winning. Cav is rallying around this candidate in California. Oh, Xavier Becker. As COVID-19 ravages California, death row, the state attorney general fights to keep it packed. Dang, I'm gonna be real. The California governor race is rough. It's rough. I didn't want to vote for any of them to be honest. Girl sucks. Yeah, that's. I don't know much about him. I did see somebody I went to a Tom Steyer event with join his campaign, and that was a little bit funny. And I'm just scrolling on Instagram, and somebody that I followed, who was at an event that Tom Steyer invited creators to, joined his campaign, and I was like, that's pretty funny. But Eric Swalwell, sex pest, had to drop out. Katie Porter is a abusive boss. She sucks. Tom Steyer is a billionaire. Xavier Becerra is like apparently trying to kill California's death row inmates. Like, that's rough. So he says when people want to vote for the billionaire after last night. Steyer is a billionaire, and everyone on the stage he's on the stage with is an embarrassment, just awful. I'm telling you, Steyer could run the gamut by just calling what Israel's doing a genocide, and like he'd immediately be like, bar none, best candidate by far. His unwillingness to take that step is holding him back. Like, genuinely. I also saw I have a link to I had a link to a clip of the debate. That was on Walter Masterson yelling about Netanyahu. See, yelling about Netanyahu and calling Israel doing a genocide is slightly different, unfortunately. But yeah. Here. I covered this. Covered Obama. Oh, it was this. Here. Let's take a look at it. You know what? We're talking about it. We will take a look at it.
Yourself, what did you make of how they differentiated themselves tonight in this crowded field?
Well, look, I mean...
Hey, Jones, sorry. I feel like California governor race is too crowded, and Steyer hasn't secured any big endorsements. It's probably going to be Xavier, the Dem pick. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see.
I thought that Tom Steyer, his experience showed. He's run for president. They tried to jump on him a couple times. He's a conviction politician. And if you like, strong left-wing politics, he was your guy. The problem we have in California is we produce more billionaires than any nation or state, and we resent the hell out of them. And so I'm not sure how many people are going to stick with him because he's a billionaire. I thought Matt Mahan showed a breath of fresh air. He's a young guy.
I do agree, entirely too crowded. I have no idea who that guy is. And this is a big problem with California politics in general, but Democrat politics nationally, too many candidates. Too many candidates for too long.
Politics. He was pragmatic. But I think Becerra didn't do himself much good. He looked pretty squirrely on the Medicare for All issue. He was a little bit squirrely on some other stuff. He's been the rising star because of Swalwell getting out. I don't think he helped himself tonight.
There were a couple of dynamics. I mean, there's the Trump of it all, which we'll definitely get to. But for the Democrats, the 5 of them on the stage, I do think that in a state like California, you've got a lot of progressives. They're very liberal. But there's definitely a sense that they know people want some change. they know that Californians think things are not going so swimmingly in the state. Something's got to give.
Yeah, absolutely. Prices are high there. You know, they each had to say something about the previous governor. You also have a situation where I think a lot of Democrats don't feel like this is the ideal ticket, that you don't have people on the stage that people are in love with.
Right.
Eric Swalwell dropped out of the race because he had sexual assault allegations against him. There are some major...
I think Eric Swalwell would have won the nomination if he stayed in. Am I crazy? I think he would have taken it. He was the front runner. And that would have sucked.
Major changes that need to happen within the Democratic Party. It's a moment of reckoning for the Democratic Party in California. But I do think that overall issues like the cost of living, affordability, healthcare, all of these things are still things that people care about in California, and there needs to be major change. And it's not just policies because of the president and the war. It is policies because the governor will likely be on the presidential ballot in 2028, and so this is also a referendum on him. Brad.
I think you're right, Sochi, about that's a California good.
I also do hate this game that candidates are playing now, where they have to pretend like they're not running for president. That somehow makes them more qualified to run for president. Right? Because we can't even criticize people who are definitely running for president, because then their defenders will just be like, well, they're not even running for president yet. So why don't you actually just wait for them to run for president first? It's so stupid. Like, no, we know that Gavin Newsom is going to run. We know that Kamala Harris is going to run. We should be able to have a conversation about whether or not they should run, because we know that they're going to run. It's a stupid game.
Democrats do have to stare it in the face what has been happening inside the California Democratic Party that's led to the affordability challenges. Democrats all across the country this year have decided to try to make the election about affordability, but the most Democratic state in the country is the most unaffordable state. That's why 1.23 million people have moved out of the state and moved into places like Nashville and Texas. And so, I only heard Matt Mahan tonight talk about affordability in a real pragmatic way of what he could do about it. He talked about eliminating the CEQA process, which is an environmental review process that makes infrastructure construction impossible. He talked a little bit about the tax problem, about how California is one of the highest tax states. I thought Katie Porter might have had a lane to do that tonight, but I didn't see it from her.
Well, let me play what she said about the billionaire tax. It's been so controversial in California. Listen.
This tax isn't going to fundamentally change California's economy in the way that young people and the working people of California need. It's a one-time tax, but we don't have one-time revenue needs. It taxes billionaires, as if half billionaires don't have two nickels to rub together and couldn't chip in a little bit more. So yes, to a progressive tax code. Yes, to the wealthy paying more, but this tax is about cheap political points. It is not about really fundamentally changing California's economy for the better. That's going to...
The craziest part about this is Tom Steyer actually literally says this as well. So Katie Porter needs to say exactly why this is also still bad. Right? This is true, but why can't you do that and have a more progressive tax code on top of that? We can do both. We tax them now, and then we tax them again, and then we tax them again, and then we just keep doing it. We keep hitting the same line. You're like, oh, well, this isn't a perfect billionaire tax, so we might as well just not do any billionaire tax. Right? Because again, what she's saying here is correct. It is a one-time tax, right? It is a one-time tax against billionaires that will not effectively fix California's tax problem. That is correct. That is true. That's not a reason to not do it at all.
take real political courage.
Billionaires like me should pay more taxes, and the big corporations should pay more taxes.
Excuse me,
and
you
that's
literally
why,
said...
if this proposition is on the ballot in November, I'll vote for it. But going forward, we do need to go further. This is a one-time tax, and it also doesn't spread the money across the government.
This just makes them look better. It does. It makes Katie Porter look weak, and it makes him look good as a billionaire. And that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. How do you let him outflank you on this? How? She's arguing but saying the same thing. She sucks. She's arguing. She's saying like, but she's saying that she won't support that, right? She's saying like the question was basically like, will you support this specific billionaire tax? Right, that taxes billionaires. It's a one-time tax on billionaires. And she's like arguing that's like, you know, this isn't going to solve California's problems, right? It's a one-time tax. We need a more progressive tax code, but this isn't how you do it, right? And like, yeah, that's true, but like, I'm sorry, Katie, that's not going to win you the votes you need, right? It makes Tom look authentic, right? It makes him look authentic when he's like, yeah, take my money, bro. I'll give it to you right now. Here, you want more of it? How much do you want? I'll give it to you. Literally, it makes him look like he's just giving away his money. And he's like, yeah, take my money right now in November, and then I will make sure that you take more of my money later on. So it makes Katie Porter look like she's defending the billionaires, and her opponent is a billionaire. Exactly. He's like, I'll tax them twice, and that includes me. Voters love that shit. Exactly. And why doesn't she just say that? It doesn't make sense why she doesn't say that. Because they're saying the same thing, but she comes across here looking like she's defending billionaires more than the actual billionaire. It's so crazy. It's bad messaging, and it kind of shows that Katie Porter doesn't have it. She's Tom's biggest ally. And the media is defending her, saying that she appeared good. I haven't seen the rest of this, but like in this specific, for this specific question, I did see this specific question. For this specific question, it made her look bad. Because it positioned her on the side of the billionaires, which is, funnily enough, exactly what Tom should have been doing.
The way everything else goes.
You know, that was one of those times they were kind of trying to jump on Tom Steyer, but he actually did pretty well for himself. So.
Well, if you support the billionaire tax, which actually maybe many Californians do, I think Katie Porter is betting that some Californians, you know, they want a progressive tax system, but they think that this is like a 2x4 hitting their you know, sort of tax-paying population over the head.
Like,
I live in Miami, and I can tell you almost every week right now there is some California billionaire who comes out as having broken a real estate record for buying a house in Miami that cost $200 million.
Like, this is defending the billionaires, by the way. She's like, I live in Miami, and the billionaires hate California because of all the taxes, right? And this Tom Steyer guy is trying to kick all these billionaires out. And that is supposed to make him look bad? And Katie Porter look good? Because Katie Porter is not trying to outflank the Dems to the right. If she was trying to go to the right of the Democrats, this would work for her, right? If she was trying to align with the billionaires, this would work for her. But she's not trying to do that. That's not what she's attempting to do. She's trying to be the progressive candidate. She's trying to appeal to like the working class, and she failed in that regard. So she kind of has no base.
Because they are all fleeing the state before a certain deadline, a year deadline, and establishing homesteads in Florida. So that's not helping the California economy. There are so many industries that have left California. The movie industry, which is so symbolic of California, most of the productions are right now happening overseas or in other states like New Mexico. It's happening in Canada. It's cheaper to fly people and film a movie in Scotland than it is to do so in California. So they are having very big issues. I think out of all of those people on the stage, somebody needed to stand out. That did not happen. I cannot believe I sat through 2 hours of them bickering instead of...
Steyer, that's a losing proposition. Yeah.
drinking
Not to mention-
margaritas at La Palapa tonight on Cinco de Mayo.
I would have joined
I do think, that...
Sorry, we couldn't provide the margaritas.
These things are not mutually exclusive.
We definitely should have had some margaritas on set. I'll give you that.
Listen, Tom Steyer's a progressive, and even though he's taken all the money from the coal companies, as Katie Porter keeps saying, he's now an environmentalist and all of that. So I guess you like him. I have a hard time thinking that a state that is 40% Latino, that is pissed off at billionaires, that thinks they're not paying their fair share.
Wait, but weren't you just saying this is bad because you're making the billionaires leave? Now you're like, I'm confused about what her position is. Is it just me?
Going to vote for Tom Steyer. It's obvious to me that Javier Becerra has inherited the Swalwell vote, that he's on the ascent, and that's why he was being hit on like a piñata, to go back to my Cinco de Mayo theme tonight by everybody.
Let's talk about the two Republicans who were on the stage. Steve Hilton, a recent California transplant from the UK, and Chad Bianco, who's a sheriff. Let me just show you the polls, because I think that to understand where we are here, Steve Hilton is sort of nominally at the top of this pack, to put it mildly.
But he's running the gamut with this entire dynamic. It's kind of cooked. It's kind of cooked. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't see a path for Katie Porter here. Maybe she needs to yell at more staff. She needs to keep yelling at more of her staff, and then maybe that'll be it.
This is all within the margin of error. We don't really know where this is going right now. But Hilton has the Trump endorsement.
Yeah.
He was asked about whether or not...
I don't care about the Trumps in the race, though. I don't care about the Republicans in the race, though, to be fair. But here's another Van Jones clip for you, for your viewing pleasure.
So here are some of the questions that Joaquin Castro is posing on this issue. Maybe this might answer some of your questions. What nuclear weapons capability does Israel
She needs to get try to get a job from Steyer because it looks like he's going to win. Yeah. But, do I want to see Katie Porter anymore? Not particularly so.
Has the administration received any assurances from Israel that nuclear weapons will not be used? Has Israel communicated to the United States any nuclear doctrine, any red lines or thresholds for nuclear use in the context of the current conflict with Iran? Has the administration assessed what circumstances could lead Israel to consider nuclear use? What contingency planning has the administration conducted for such a scenario? I mean, we do... look.
Is there any... I'm asking an honest question. Why? I mean, has there been some rumor that says that Israel is going to nuke Iran?
Here's the thing. I guess the question is, again, now there's been a change of status quo. Mm-hmm. There's a war between the United States, Israel, and Iran that is going on right now in the Middle East. And under those circumstances, that is actually different from what we've been experiencing for the last, 40, 50 years. And so under those circumstances, there's only one power in the Middle East that has a nuke, and it's Israel. And so the question is, what are the circumstances? What are the boundaries? Are there any boundaries? They don't acknowledge.
I do love that we just stop pretending that Israel doesn't have a nuke. You know what I mean? I'm glad that we're at that state of the media where we stopped doing this game of Israel has a nuke? What? Well, we don't have any information about any of Israel's nuclear capabilities. I don't know where we're getting any of that from. What is a nuke, really?
What are the circumstances? What are the boundaries? Are there any boundaries? They don't acknowledge that they have them. People know that they do, but are there any boundaries? And I think that seems like a fair question to ask.
I'm assuming that they're in executive session.
Why, Van? What do you mean, why? I think that is a fair question. I think, hot take, Abby is too good for CNN. Phillips, here are some questions they have. Why? I think it's a fair question to ask if there are boundaries on their use of nuclear weapons. Why? Who isn't? That's fair. That's fair. Oh, Anderson Cooper. And Wolf Blitzer. And Jake Tapper. There are actually a few people who aren't actually too good for CNN. Who are actually exactly what CNN deserves. Jake belongs on Fox. But that's what I'm saying. Like, exactly what CNN deserves. I'm saying that this got every day doesn't affect her. When she had Don Lemon's show. Yeah. I just, yeah, these panels, bro. Give Abby an actual decent good show. It's like her and Donnie. True. Constantly getting sent to the deadliest situations always cracks me up. Yeah, you see Anderson Cooper in a press vest in a freaking helmet that's sideways. He's like, right now, I'm in Tehran. Israel is bombing right now. Or in a hurricane. Like, it's like, right now, I'm in Kansas. A tornado has just touched down behind me. I don't know why they sent me out here. Like, they just keep sending Anderson Cooper places. That's so funny. That's so funny. I don't think it's. I think of it as a monkey paw curling for his devil job. True. It's like it's the equivalent of you working for your parents. Your parents like, all right, son, get out, psh, go get a real job now. That kind of thing. You know. Sorry, bad up and out of jump scare. Oh, I did want to talk about this briefly. Did y'all see this? Younger black voters are loosening long-standing ties to Democrats, weakening once reliable Democratic voting bloc to GOP Axios. I saw this tweet, and I went, and I looked, because I didn't believe it. And this is what I said. I said, so I went and I found the Axios article that this references but doesn't cite, and this is a misframing. The article doesn't imply younger black voters are leaving the Democratic Party for the GOP, just that they are leaving and that might translate to a stronger black GOP base. And this is what the thing says. It says, when you detach partisan identity from racial identity, you get more black voters willing to take a chance on a Republican, he said. That is not a realignment, it's more of political free agents. I felt the data doesn't really support the conclusion that they are making. Yeah, because the article didn't even make this conclusion. The account here put polling numbers, which is just a news aggregation account, basically, just made this up. This is not what the article said. Right? This is just made up. And I said that it means black people, like everyone at this point, are fed up with Democratic establishment incompetence. And most will actually defect to non-voter status. But that is still meaningful and needs to be addressed because black people are still the strongest in base. And I said, lastly, I hate these Twitter news aggregation accounts for this exact reason. There is no reason to not provide a link to what you are sourcing. And this misframing perpetuates the myth of the black Republican, which compared to other groups is non-existent. Right? And this is the article that they're referencing. GOP spots an opening with black voters. Immediately, this and this are different things. Right? Black voters, right, is essentially flocking to the GOP is different from the GOP spotting an opening within black voters. I can't even read this now. Hold on. GOP spots an opening with black voters. A generational and structural shift is decoupling black identity from Democratic Party loyalty, transforming a once reliable voting bloc into a cohort of political free agents that the GOP is uniquely positioned to exploit. That is a different thing. Am I tripping? Am I tripping when I say that that's a different thing? That is different from black people are leaving the Democratic Party to join the GOP. Right? It's the black identity and the Democratic establishment identity are being decoupled, and now you have more black political free agents that are floating in the ether. Some are non-voting, some are going to third party, some are turning into independents, and then very few are going and joining the GOP. Right? I'm calling them free agents is an assumption. I mean, sure, but the idea is that like the Democrats are losing support with black voters, and that is true. Because the Democrats are losing support with all groups. The Democrats have decreasing support with every single demographic. Every single one. They're not gaining support with any demographic. And that includes the black demographic as well. And that definitely includes the young black demographic as well. Younger black voters are moving towards democratic socialism, right? At least I know that they voted for Mamdani in the primary. Again, there's not a lot of polling on this, but most people, when they remove themselves from whatever party apparatus that exists, they go independent. They don't go to any specific group or ideology. They just remove themselves entirely and they check out. Right? They're like, I hate the government, I hate both parties, I hate all of this, and they check out. A lot are going to democratic socialism, right? Mamdani is insanely popular within the black community, right? Like, black leftist thought is growing in popularity, right? Black socialism and black communism is growing in popularity, right? This is all stuff that is true. But there's not a lot of evidence that, like, black people en masse are joining the GOP or joining the Republican Party. You know? Come on, a majority of the black vote in the primary, but it's on flip that in the general election. And that's mostly because, again, black people by and large will vote across the Democratic Party lines, even still now, right? But that dynamic is changing and shifting up until like today, and will continue to do so throughout the primary as well, right? Especially nationally, right? So in 2028, depending on who the nominee is, if Kamala Harris is running again, she will lose. I'm saying this right now. If Kamala Harris runs again, it does not matter what she runs on, she will lose. Because people don't trust her, right? And she can't turn out voters. And black people, included in this dynamic. Yeah, I want to continue with some of this as well. She's only polling high because of name recognition, and because like there are no other options in the minds of people, because nobody else is even being floated on running. It's Kamala Harris and maybe Gavin Newsom, right? Because nobody else is saying that they're running, because everybody else is focused on the midterms. Right? That's kind of what it is. That's why she's polling so high. Here, why it matters. Even modest GOP gains combined with the weakening party loyalty can make a big difference in close elections in a post-Voting Rights Act world. President Trump is making gains with black voters despite posting racist videos and using racist rhetoric and advancing policies critics say erase slavery history, and weakening voting rights. An Axios review of recent data shows break of the strong black support of the Democratic Party, or for Democrats, going back to John F. Kennedy's 1960 presidential run, Barack Obama's historic 2008 win. Zoom in. Trump is benefiting less from persuasion and more from a changing electorate. It's younger, more diverse, and less tied to traditional party loyalties, said Theodore Johnson, a senior advisor at New America. the number that we're seeing is now are higher than they were 8 years ago. But black voters were a different kind of voter when coming out of Obama's presidency. When you detach party identity from racial identity, you get more black voters willing to take a chance on Republicans. That's not a realignment. That's more political free agents. Republican identification around black Americans has climbed to the mid to high teens in a recent Gallup poll. Trump surged to an average near 20% approval among black voters in the first quarter of 2025, nearly double his approval in the same point of his first term, according to Gallup. This was driven largely by black men and those moving towards Republican affiliation. Zoom out. Trump's polling among black voters has declined since early 2025, but the decline does not necessarily translate into gains for Democrats. The share of black adults identifying or leaning Democrats fell from 77% in 2020 to 66% in 2023, a roughly 11-point drop. The change seems to be similar with that of white voters, a split among educated middle class and working class black voters, right? That's it, right? So basically this line specifically discredits all of this, in which case it's just saying the Democrats are losing favor. They are just becoming more unpopular. And nobody likes them right now. White voters, black voters, Latino voters, Asian voters, women, right? Like they're unpopular, which means that their numbers are going down in support, but that doesn't necessarily translate into like an equal growth for the Republicans. I said this in my video about Kamala Harris, right? When people started to blame like black men for like voting for Trump or whatever, right? It's like the support you lost from black men supporting Kamala Harris or black people supporting Kamala Harris was not gained by the Republicans. It's because the Democrats suck and people are fed up by the Democrats sucking. That's it. Right? But it's actually a very good thing when it comes to leftists and like freaking the DSA or whatever. Because that means these black voters that this article is talking about are up for grabs for those people. Right? In the same way that people are like, oh, we should just talk to Trump voters. It's the same way that you should be talking to like these black voters as well. You should be engaging with your black neighbors as well. That's the lesson from this. Is that black people are not like inherently tied to the Democratic establishment. They yearn for a PSL. I mean, it's true. They're tired of the Democrats. And they're not going to the Republicans. They are essentially becoming political free agents. They're becoming independent. They're not voting. They're stepping back from the political landscape because it doesn't serve them anymore. Right? But when white people do that, they're met with a socialist there to tell them about class consciousness, right? To hand them a copy of the Communist Manifesto and to preach them about Marx. But when a black person is at that same mind state and they step back and disengage, there's nobody there to greet that person, right? There's nobody there to engage with that person. Because the political landscape only cares about how do we re-engage white men. Anyway, that's the thing I wanted to show. I thought it was an interesting little thing to engage with. I don't care about this. I do want to see this as well. And I'll talk about Pam Bondi maybe tomorrow. But I am thirsty. I need some water. But I kind of want to talk about something else a little bit more fun. Then we're going to stop blaming marginalized people for white supremacy. That's true. Parents are eating your hobbies. Let's get into it.
On April 21st, 2026, professional dead body filmer Logan Paul and Monsuno co-creator Jeremy Padawer made waves on anime Twitter when they announced that they had just co-purchased the, quote, greatest mangas in the world, the second highest grade One Piece #1, and the highest grade in existence of Dragon Ball #1 for a record $550,000. First appearance of Goku and Bulma, which isn't even true. Toriyama teased Goku at the end of Dr. Slump. Also, even if it was, it wouldn't be special because most chapter 1s are the first appearance of the main character of the manga. That's just how manga works. And it's not fucking Dragon Ball #1. It's Shonen Jump 1984 #50. I'm falling into his trap again already. So immediately, anime Twitter jumped Paul's ass, pointing out all those errors in his tweet and then some. I myself chose to focus on mangas.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
If you zoom in on the grading slabs, there's some really funny nonsense on there too. Like they just listed 2 random mangaka's names out of the 14 or so who also had a chapter in each of those issues. It's just so obvious that Beckett copy-pasted their template for grading American comics with zero regard for how it might make sense in the context of manga. Kind of like how it's stupid obvious that Paul could not give a single solitary PSA 7 too much corn shit about the series that he's flexing with.
I'm literally I'm getting goosebumps thinking about what anime means to me. Luffy D Monkey, shout out Luffy.
Monkey D Luffy.
What?
Monkey D Luffy.
Even the fucking cameraman can tell. But the thing about tricks is, when the magician's fuck up is that obvious, it's usually because he wants you looking at that instead of what's in his other hand. As fun as it feels to mock him for his obvious LARPing, or watch one of his fellow WWE superstars subject him to one of the most brutal ratios in Twitter history, you need to understand, Logan Paul doesn't care if you think he's a real One Piece fan. Just like he doesn't care about the sanctity of human life, or literally any of the thousands of his own fans who he's robbed blind with his multiple well-documented crypto scams and rug pulls. The only thing he cares about is making money. And that is what makes him more of a threat to our hobby and community than any tourist who's ever subjected you to their bad opinions about anime boobs or whatever. The dude can't even come back to Japan as a tourist, and frankly, he'd be happy to see you call him one, because any publicity is good publicity when you're running an ad campaign, and because it stops you from recognizing that he's something much worse, an overseas landlord. Someone without even a passing vacationer's interest in the culture he's invading, whose sole goal is to make a quick buck by making life less pleasant and more expensive for all the locals. And we know that because this ain't his first investment round. On July 22nd, 2021, Logan Paul made waves across the internet when he announced his acquisition of the, quote, greatest collectible in the world, a PSA 10 Pikachu Illustrator Pokemon card for a record $5.275 million. A staggering jump from the previous documented price of $300,000 to $400,000 for every PSA 9 one that had been previously sold, except the one PSA 9 that he bought a month before for over $1 million. This was the culmination of months spent streaming expensive, high-profile Pokemon pack and box openings on the Impulsive podcast channel, the event that cemented PSA as the go-to grading house for Pokemon cards, and a watershed moment for the entire Pokemon TCG community in kind of the same way that a tsunami or a dam breaking is a watershed. Prices for rare cards and sealed product, old and new, which had already been creeping up due to pandemic pressures, exploded exponentially in a matter of months, with chase cards of all types rapidly escaping the reach of all but the most affluent fans and the most shameless clowns.
No! You just take it from my cart?
Oh, why? Get the hell out of here. Run!
You've seen these creatures, no doubt, in TikToks, shorts, and cringe compilations, snatching new boxes and blisters off the shelf as fast as the Walmart associate can set them down before gleefully shoving their overflowing carts past the despondent faces of poor Pokemon-less children who arrived 5 seconds too late for the feeding frenzy. They've been the laughing stock of the internet and a bane on the existence of every honest Pikachu enjoyer for the last half-decade, and that is what Logan Paul is trying to bring to your local manga aisles and anime conventions. I mean, more of them than you already see at anime conventions and now at the booths that you actually want to visit. This much, many of you already know. But what you might not know is that what Logan Paul did to Pokemon and what he's doing to manga now was no accident. It was a calculated, coordinated plan involving multiple high-income investors to manipulate the Pokemon collectibles market for personal gain. And the exact same guy who coordinated it with him then is behind this move into manga now. Before we get to him though, I owe my wife, Yazzie, a huge thanks for making this video possible by telling me everything I didn't know about the Pokemon TCG side of this story. Because she was there in the trenches, cracking Evolving Skies, Chillin' Rain, and Vivid Voltage as the whole hobby collapsed around her, and now she has a new hobby, Oshikatsu, the art of outwardly celebrating one's favorite things, which is kind of like the opposite of slabbing. And recently, with a bit of help from our buddy Liam Rising Superstream, she got the chance to partner with Rio Rare, Japan's premier producer of Ita bags, to design her very own purse. I'm so proud of her. Now, a lot of these bags, as you can see, are made to display thinner merch like can badges and cards, stuff like that. But Yazzie's more into plushies, and the bags that she usually uses to take those out are kind of bulky, so she set out to create something sleeker with a cute little heart motif and square pockets set a little deeper into the bag so she could bring her babies out in style. However, she also knows how important flexibility is to her fellow Oshikatsu enjoyers, so she came up with this honestly genius little clasp system that pulls the pocket up and flattens it out for anyone who wants a more conventional Ita bag setup instead. Now, since it is her first time collabing with Rio Rare,
I'm back.
on April 21st, 2026, professional dead body filmer Logan Paul and Monsuno co-creator Jeremy Padawer made waves on anime Twitter when they announced that they had just co-purchased the, quote, greatest mangas in the world, the second highest grade One Piece #1, and the highest grade in existence of Dragon Ball #1 for a record $550,000. First appearance of Goku and Bulma, which isn't even true. Toriyama teased Goku at the end of Dr. Slump. Also, even if it was, it wouldn't be special because most chapter 1s are the first appearance of the main character of the manga. That's just how manga works. And it's not fucking Dragon Ball #1. It's Shonen Jump 1984 #50. I'm falling into his trap again already. So immediately, anime Twitter jumped Paul's ass, pointing out all those errors in his tweet and then some. I myself chose to focus on mangas.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
If you zoom in on the grading slabs, there's some really funny nonsense on there too. Like they just listed 2 random mangaka's names out of the 14 or so who also had a chapter in each of those issues. It's just so obvious that Beckett copy-pasted their template for grading American comics with zero regard for how it might make sense in the context of manga. Kind of like how it's stupid obvious that Paul could not give a single...
I got this popcorn. I think it's my sister's. It's Doritos Nacho Cheese popcorn. And it's spicy for some reason. Jessica gets mad when I eat their food. Well, has she considered the fact that she ate my drinks? So, whoa, wait. Drunk my drinks. You know what I meant. You know what I meant.
solitary
Anyway.
PSA 7 too much corn shit about the series that he's flexing with.
I'm literally I'm getting goosebumps thinking about what anime means to me. Luffy D Monkey, shout out Luffy.
Monkey D. Luffy.
What?
Monkey D. Luffy.
Even the fucking cameraman can tell. But the thing about tricks is, when the magician's up is that obvious, it's usually because he wants you looking at that instead of what's in his other hand. As fun as it feels to mock him for his obvious LARPing, or watch one of his fellow WWE superstars subject him to one of the most brutal ratios in Twitter history, you need to understand, Logan Paul doesn't care if you think he's a real One Piece fan. Just like he doesn't care about the sanctity of human life, or literally any of the thousands of his own fans who he's robbed blind with his multiple well-documented crypto scams and rug pulls. The only thing he cares about is making money. And that is what makes him more of a threat to our hobby and community than any tourist who's ever subjected you to their bad opinions about anime boobs or whatever. The dude can't even come back to Japan as a tourist, and frankly, he'd be happy to see you call him one, because any publicity is good publicity when you're running an ad campaign, and because it stops you from recognizing that he's something much worse, an overseas landlord, someone without even a passing vacationer's interest in the culture he's invading.
What? Don't tell me we have to eat Logan Paul when we eat the rich.
Whose sole goal is to make a quick buck by making
We'll
life
get to
less
the Melissa Barrera thing and after this, if you have time.
Pleasant and more expensive for all the locals. And we know that because this ain't his first investment round. On July 22nd, 2021...
I swear, please don't tell me Logan Paul's gonna get into Magic cards. Please. I beg of you. I beg of you. Don't let him get into Magic cards. I just got into Magic cards. Or Warhammer, because I just got into Warhammer. Please, okay, can he at least wait until I get my the avatar set that I want to get? Please. I beg of you. Because why did nobody tell me that Magic the Gathering had a collaboration with Avatar?
Logan Paul made waves across the internet when he announced his acquisition of the, quote, greatest collectible in the world, a PSA 10 Pikachu Illustrator Pokemon card for a record 5.27.
Who wants to play Magic with me? I'm looking for Magic the Gathering friends. Who wants to do Magic the Gathering Arena night? We play Gardic Phone on my second channel too.
$7.5 million, a staggering jump from the previous documented price of $300,000 to $400,000 for every PSA 9 one that had been previously sold,
Wait, sorry,
except for a record PSA 10 Pikachu Illustrator Pokemon card for a record $5.275 million, a staggering jump from the previous documented price of $300,000 to $400,000 for every PSA 9 one that had been previously sold, except the one PSA 9 that he bought a month before for over $1 million. This was the culmination of months spent streaming expensive, high-profile Pokemon pack and box openings on the Impulsive podcast channel, the event that cemented PSA as the go-to grading house for Pokemon cards, and a watershed moment for the entire Pokemon TCG community in kind of the same way that a tsunami or a dam breaking.
And I think for the 19 months. I think I'm going to read a sponsor sub. Yo, I would love it if Magic the Gathering sponsored me. Yo, an Elden Ring Magic the Gathering crossover would be great. I'd play that. I'd play that. I would play that. Magic's hard to learn. Magic's actually not that hard to learn. But they can do with Ninja Turtles. I know the meme. I know the meme now. I understand the Ninja Turtles meme. How everybody hates the Ninja Turtles collaboration because it sucks. That's right. I'm a real Magic fan now. Yeah, Wizards of the Coast, bad. Ninja Turtles, bad. Universes Beyond, not good. In Universe, better. Scalpers, bad. That's right. I'm a real Magic fan. I did see that the arena workers unionized and Wati refused to recognize it. Indeed, I did see that. Strixhaven's pretty good. I play Million Goblins. I'm a bad person. See, I understand a little bit of that.
Is a watershed. Prices for rare cards and sealed product, old and new, which had already been creeping up.
That's the thing, right? I play cats. Who's with me? Where are my cats players at?
Up due to pandemic pressures, exploded exponentially in a matter of months, with chase cards of all types rapidly escaping the reach of all but the most affluent fans and the most shameless clowns.
I'm an artifact vehicle guy.
No!
Debbie Cat Dead.
Take it from my cart?
That's not funny.
Get the hell out of here.
That's not funny. Sorry, stealing from kids, bad. But that's kind of funny. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's not funny. It's not funny. It's not funny.
No! You just take it from my cart?
Get the hell out of here.
Oh no, that was a mother. Okay, now I feel bad. Okay, stealing from a kid can be funny in certain instances, but stealing from a mother is never funny. That's bad. She's just trying to do a good thing for her child, bro. I feel bad. Yes. Yes. Listen. Sometimes it's funny to steal candy from a baby, but it's never funny to steal candy from a baby's mother who wants to give a gift to that baby.
Run!
You've seen these creatures, no doubt, in TikToks, shorts, and cringe compilations, snatching new boxes and blisters off the shelf as fast as the Walmart.
I feel so bad for the Pokemon players, bro. I do. I feel so bad for the Pokemon players. To be fair, not as bad as I probably could, because the Pokemon card game sucks. Okay, it doesn't suck. It's not that fun. I played a little bit of the card game when I was younger. I just did not like it. It just wasn't very fun. But I was also a kid, and I didn't understand it. It does. I just like the arts for real. Mobile game is all right. I do like the mobile game is better for sure. It takes care of a lot of the boring, unfun aspects of it for you, right? And it's very gamified. It makes you feel like you're playing Pokemon. You know what I mean? A little bit. But ooh. That was my neck. Did y'all hear that? That was rough.
Associate can set them down before gleefully shoving their overflowing carts past the despondent faces of poor Pokemon-less children who arrived 5 seconds too late for the feeding.
That's insane. Listen, I can't tell you what I want to happen to these people, but I can just say, I can't say it. That's just, it's not nice. That's very mean. And just know, I am stealing from your cart. I'm not sorry about it either. I will walk up to your cart and I will take, because that's the funniest part, is that they will say nothing about it. They will say absolutely nothing about it. But the problem is that the type of people who would be there at this moment to steal from his cart are other scalpers. You know? The amount of actual kids who would be here in this exact moment to even be able to even take one of these boxes, slim to none. You know? So that's why it's like rough.
They've been the laughing stock of the internet and a bane on the existence of every honest Pikachu enjoyer for the last
I do love seeing scalpers get owned compilations though. I do. It is funny to me. It's kind of like those it's kind of like what it's like the Insta Karma with like road rage, or like cops falling, or like what I assume conservatives feel when they see like SJW compilations, right? That's me with scalpers getting owned. Is this why Americans have open carry? No, we don't have open carry to shoot scalpers. We have open carry so that cops get to have an opportunity to shoot us whenever they want to. That's actually why we have open carry. Side face, side face, side face. Or when they see stolen valor compilations. To be fair, I also like watching stolen valor compilations because it's such a silly thing. You know what I mean? It's such a silly thing to get mad at, right? It's like watching somebody blow up over somebody stepping on somebody else's shoe. You know what I mean? Like, should they have done that? Probably not. But like, it's so stupid that like it turns into a whole situation that it's like a spectacle to watch, you know? So like, you didn't serve. Take off that uniform. Take it off. I have buddies who died in that uniform. Take it off. Take it off right now. Strip down naked right now. In this Walmart parking lot, strip. I can't help but to laugh at that a little bit. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, you have to feel a little bit silly, you know?
Decade, and that is what Logan Paul is trying to bring to your local manga aisles and anime conventions. I mean, more of them than you already see at anime conventions and now at the booths that you actually want to visit. This much, many of you already know. But what you might not know is that what Logan Paul did to Pokemon and what he's doing to manga now was no accident. It was a calculated, coordinated plan involving multiple high-income investors to manipulate the Pokemon.
Wait, he's pumping and dumping Pokemon? I should have known. Tried and true method. Oh, gosh darn it. I didn't mean to do that.
Already know. But what you might not know is that what Logan Paul did to Pokemon and what he's doing to manga now was no accident. It was a calculated, coordinated plan involving multiple high-income investors to manipulate the Pokemon collectibles market for personal gain. And the exact same guy who coordinated it with him then is behind this move into manga now. Before we get to him though,
I can't. I understand collectibles and collecting things, but like I think that's not that. But I think you should collect things to use them, right? Like I'm a big fan of like if you collect like shoes, right? If you're a shoe collector, like I think it's dumb to collect shoes to hang them on a shelf to never wear them. You know? It's dumb to like not dumb, but like I don't see a useful use in like collecting like cards to like not play them, right? I'm supposed to use my action figures. Anime figures, that's different, right? if it's like a display piece, that's a little bit different. Like that's actually being a collector, right? But if you are, yeah, it's like collecting comic books, but like not reading them, right? Collecting shoes, but like not wearing them. Collecting like playing cards or trading cards and like not playing the game with them, right? Or at least being like, I must never even look at this card because if I do, it would lose its value. So I'm gonna close my eyes and I'm gonna put it in a box and then I'm gonna leave it in there. Like what use is that for? You know?
John the Black says she's my African princess.
Dissandra 200.
Right? I think collecting them and not using it's fine, right? You'd be like,
Lesbia.
if it's like a misprint, right? Be like, wow, look at this misprint card. This is an interesting thing. Like I don't think you have to play with that card, right? But like, I think it's weird to like collect for the sake of like value, so that maybe it speculatively goes up in the future, so that maybe you can sell it in the future, so that maybe you get your money back. Because you're not a collector at that point. You're a flipper. You know what I mean? So I don't really have beef with like collectors. I have a beef with like people who like enter these hobbies to flip them for profit. You know, that's why people get so upset about like reps for shoes. You know, like a lot of like collectors get like so upset with like replicas because they're like, bro, you're ruining the market for us. Like, but if you're a collector, you know, your collection doesn't change. You still have your collection. It only really matters if you want to like, you know, make money off of it and like flip these products. It has a biggest beef for like the flippers in the hobby.
I owe my wife, Yazzie, a huge thanks for making this video possible by telling me everything I didn't know about the Pokemon TCG side of this story. Because she was there in the trenches, cracking Evolving Skies, Chillin' Rain, and Vivid Voltage as the whole hobby collapsed around her, and now she has a new hobby, Oshikatsu, the art of outwardly celebrating one's favorite things, which is kind of like the opposite of slabbing. And recently, with a bit of help from our buddy Liam Rising Superstream, she got the chance to partner with Rio Rare, Japan's premier producer of Ita bags, to design her very own purse.
Can I just say, I understood like 5 of those words. Is that just me? There were a lot of words in there, and I got 5 of them. Like,
so proud of her.
Something Ita bags, something oikatsu, something slabbing. I have no idea what was being talked about.
A lot of these bags, as you can see, are made to display thinner merch like
Innocent Wife? Nope, didn't understand that one either.
And badges and cards, stuff like that. But Yazzie's more into plushies, and the bags that she usually uses to take those out are kind of bulky. So she set out to create something sleeker with a cute little heart motif and square pockets set a little deeper into the bag so she could bring her babies out.
Actually, I have no idea what characters these are.
In style.
However, what characters are those?
She also knows how important flexibility is to her fellow Oshikatsu enjoyers, so she came up with this honestly genius little clasp system that pulls the pocket up and flattens it out for anyone who wants a more conventional Ita bag setup
I haven't seen it.
Now, since it is her first time collabing with Rio Rare, their pre-order window's only going to be open for a short while, from now until May 16th. So, if you want to get one of these beauties for yourself or a weeb you love, you better act fast at that link in the doobly-doo.
Buy it for Frogjo!
Bye! Love you! Okay, now back to the guy. The man who taught Logan everything he knows about transactional collecting and convinced him to start streaming box openings in 2020, and the man with the connections that let him buy the PSA 10 Illustrator from that anonymous collector in Dubai.
Someone else caught the virus. and tested positive a week after getting off the boat. It's too deadly to turn into COVID-2, they said. I'm not going outside anymore, bro. My mom just texted me. Wait, hold on. I have a perfect video for this.
To be in the same family, viruses come in families. Stop touching niggas with your hands. To be in the same family, viruses come in families. Stop touching niggas with your hands. To be in the same family, viruses come in families. Stop touching niggas with your hands. To be in the same family.
Bro, people were so... Bro, this was a fever dream. We lived in a fever dream of a time, bro. We lived in a fever dream of a time.
Viruses come in families. Stop touching niggas with your hands. To be in the same family, viruses.
And he's
come
still
in
doing it too.
Niggas with your hands. To be in
He was rearing back to do it again. Literally, he was rearing back to do it again.
Same family, viruses come in families. Stop touching niggas with your hands. To be in the same.
Ugh.
By is the very same man who just went in with him on those slabbed up shonen jumps. Monsuno co-creator Jeremy Padawer.
This is the first ever Weekly Shonen Jump from 1968. Weekly Shonen Jump allows the publisher to do is introduce a bunch of new brands, a bunch of new pieces of content. Naruto, One Piece, and Dragon Ball all started.
What did he say?
New brands, a bunch of new pieces of content. Naruto, One Piece, and Dragon Ball all started here. This is like the grandparent of them all. Potential $1 million publication down the road.
There's more to Jeremy than just creating a late-to-the-party Pokemon knockoff no one remembers for Nickelodeon.
Hey,
though. As the
to be fair, Monsuno wasn't that bad.
CEO of Jazzwares and former CEO of Wicked Cool Toys, he's actually managed the global license for real Pokemon toys for nearly a decade at this point. And before that, he was handling Jakks Pacific's line of Pokemon toys, among many other brands. But before he did any of that, way back in the year 2000, Jeremy made out like a bandit in the .com boom, as the culmination of a website building law school side hustle built on the innovation of spelling the first word of domains with 2 A's so they'd come up first in search engines. But what did those websites actually do, you ask? Why, they were secondary marketplaces for hot collectibles of the time, like AbsoluteFurbies.com and AbsoluteBeanieBabies.com. It's often said, because it's true, that the only people making real money in a gold rush are the folks selling shovels. And Jeremy Padawer has been in the shovel business for 30 years, during which he's befriended quite a few of his fellow shovel merchants and gold mine owners, who all like to take turns selling their biggest nuggets back and forth to each other for increasingly large prices. But while that can be a decent, even fun way to store money, it's far from the best way to make it with your collectibles. For guys like this, the real grail isn't any of the rare or one-of-a-kind collectibles that they hoard and trade around to store their wealth. It's a very specific scenario. A chance for them and all their buddies to get in on the ground floor of a mass market gold rush for more common collectibles like Beanie Babies or comic books, where they can buy up stock before the plebs even come down with gold fever and make out like bandits. All because they predicted, or better yet, created the craze. And that is exactly what Jeremy Padawer had been trying to do with Pokemon for years before he met Logan Paul.
What's going to make this set into $1 million set 10 years from now is not the fact that the Charizard card, which I'll show you, is 50 grand. It's the fact that the Pikachu is $400.
That was Jeremy talking to sports card collector Buster Share way back in 2019, trying to convince him that Red Cheeks Pikachu was the Pokemon equivalent of an OG Michael Jordan card. And he actually does make some pretty salient points in the interview, as you would expect from the manager of the global Pokemon toy license since 2018, and a guy who had been working with the Pokemon market before that. He had some very unique and powerful insights into the buying habits of fans that let him see a market primed to explode. But to actually press...
Well, if you, I hate to be the one person to tell you, but this ain't early for One Piece. If you're buying One Piece now, you're already late. You're already getting other people rich. Unfortunately. Cards are beautiful. I've seen some cool One Piece cards, I will say. I've seen a lot of cool cards. Like, so, like, I think some trading cards are some of the coolest, like, pieces of art in general. And I'm glad art has persisted because we've bullied companies into not using AI. You know? And the goal is to keep it like that.
The detonator, he needed help. He needed Logan Paul.
For about 6 years, Logan and I have been friends. We became friends around COVID, a little earlier actually. And dude, he reached out to me and he was like, Jeremy, I want to learn more about collecting.
And to understand why, you first have to understand the incredible economic magic trick known as speculation. If you understand the basic principle of supply and demand, then you know there are two ways to raise the price of a thing. Either suppress the available supply, which is generally pretty difficult and expensive, or use cheap and easy advertising to convince more people they want the thing. Of course, that generally depends on what the thing can actually do for them, but one thing that basically anything can do under the right conditions is be sold for more money than you paid for it. Those conditions naturally require demand for the thing to increase after you've bought it, which seems like kind of an advertising catch-22. But here's where that gets interesting. The mere idea that there could be more demand for a thing later can create demand for it now. If you can convince, say, a rich and famous YouTuber to tell all of his followers, I'm buying this thing for lots of money because I think it'll make me even more money later, if even a fraction of those followers believe him, it magically makes the thing worth more money now. And the fact that it's already worth
Futures
so
is based on the same concept. This is the underlying concept behind the entirety of how market manipulation works, right? Not even just market manipulation, just like the entirety of how like we engage with the economy works. If you look online and you see an advertisement, that advertisement is based on the same thing as this, right? A company, I mean, if you see a sponsor in a YouTube video, right? The company is banking on the fact that like somebody will see this video and click on the link in the description, and the demand for it will go up. And so the investors of that company who've bought in earlier will see the company's value increase, which will then mean that their stocks in the company increase, which means that they make more money, right? This is the fundamental foundation of how markets exist under capitalism.
Much more now naturally indicates that it's gonna be worth even more later, which in turn means, of course, that it's worth even more now. And a thing worth that much now has gotta be worth tubs of money later. And hey, Would you look at that? It's worth buckets now. This amazing trick works out great for everyone, except of course anyone who actually wants to own the thing for its intended purpose, like having manga to read or games to play or a house to live in. But who cares about them? You won't even be able to see those losers from where we're going on the fucking moon, baby! Unless, of course, literally anything happens to make the thing worth less money now, which, per the mechanics I just described, is not good. Like, say, for instance, the makers of Beanie Babies or comic books notice a bunch of people buying up special editions and first issues at ridiculous prices, so they start making more of those things to collect some of that bag and end up flooding the market with them. To avoid that sort of thing and make it all the way to the moon, you need a way to manipulate not just the demand side of the market, but the supply. A way to manufacture scarcity, or better yet, the perception of scarcity, since, again, buying up enough stock to actually limit supply supplies is very expensive, whereas advertising and packaging are dirt cheap. If you can use those...
Man, you are a genius, Shatter. Yeah, it's grading. Well, technically it's not grading itself specifically. What it is, it's editioning, right? It's retro, first editions, it's that. And then you need a way to differentiate that from whatever the company puts out now, right? So if, you know, if Nike puts out another version of the Bread 11s, you need a way to differentiate, right, the 2026 Bread 11s from the 2011 Bread 11s, from the 2001 Bread 11s, right? And so, and then once you do differentiate that, then your Bread 11s are different than their Bread 11s, which means yours are worth more because they were older, because of you artificially determined that yours is different somehow. That's where grading comes in, right? Because it's not just essentially about like yours gets a specific grade, right? It's your card that is older or more retro or from this era also has this specific grade. It's the grade plus the age that makes the price, plus the speculation, obviously.
Those tools to denote a segment of the supply as being special in some way and convince enough suckers
on top of what has been produced. Yeah, and it's all of it's so gross, and I don't like any of it.
That specialness makes it more valuable, then you can sell them something as worthless as a JPEG of a monkey for millions of dollars. But how to do that when the
I stopped paying attention. Shoes started to piss me off, so I stopped paying attention to drops.
JPEG is printed
I do want a good pair of fives, though. I had a pair of fours that my dog chewed up, and it made me sad. It made me so sad. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Niggas chewed up my shoes, bro. They were pure white fours. And she just munched on them, bro.
On cardstock? That's the question. And the answer is slabs. Trading card grading emerged as a practice and very fun phrase to say as an offshoot of the coin grading industry in the early 90s amid a rash of Ken Griffey Jr. rookie card counterfeiting. Hence why the first grading company was called Professional Sports Authenticators, or PSA. Over the decade, with the rise of sites like eBay, PSA's forensic services became increasingly essential to sports card and TCG collectors, who in turn became increasingly obsessed with the idea of owning certified, perfectly centered and printed.
I think shoes can be for fashion as well. You know, as they're saying, like, you know, shirts are just for wearing, which is like, it's true, but they're also for fashion technically. Right? I don't think they're for like display. I do agree with you on that though. But I think you should wear them. I think if you have them and you don't wear them, I think that's silly. I think you should wear them. Right? But I do understand wearing them sparingly, right? Because you don't want to get dirty or whatever. But I don't think it should be like so precious where you can't even take them out the box, you know? Like, no, you don't understand. My shoes are wrapped in plastic. What are you doing that for what?
Copies of their favorite and rarest cards. Though ultimately it would be PSA's competitor, Beckett Media, whose Black Label came to be seen as the true gold standard of perfection among those hardcore enthusiasts. That's the power of packaging. This was naturally true for Pokemon cards too, where among the hardest core of collectors, top-graded cards commanded top dollar. Though that was only ever really true for the rarest and most desirable chase cards from each set, the hollow foils and full arts. I mean, it cost $20 a pop, plus shipping and handling both ways just to get a card graded. Way more if you wanted to skip the line and get the highest end photo analysis done. No one was gonna shell that out for a random 30-cent EX card. That would be stupid. But what if they did, though? What if you could convince the world at large that every random piece of Poke Pack filler could be turned into gold if only the mighty card alchemists proclaimed and preserved its perfection in the magic plastic? When Logan Paul made headlines with his PSA 10 illustrator, PSA became a household name overnight, irrevocably associated in the mind of the average Joe with the very idea that Pokemon cards could be worth big money at all. And to those Joes, the PSAs with the biggest numbers are naturally worth the biggest money across the board, regardless of their actual play or collecting value to anyone who's really in the hobby. I mean, sure, there might be several million VMAX Morpekos out there, but only 737 of those are PSA 10s. $75 please, Mr. eBay sir. Or, if you get a PSA 9 back, you could maybe get $24.99 for it, which you'll note isn't even your grading and shipping costs back, let alone the actual price of the card. Funny how the collecting bros who encourage all the Walmart scalpers to go grade all their cards and video games and comics and everything else never mention that part, or the part where you...
I just don't get it. I don't understand it. I do understand it. They don't care about the hobby. But like, it's a card game. You should want to play with the cards. I mean, like, yeah, if you open up a pack and you're like, yo, I got this $100 card, that's kind of crazy. And then you're like, I'm gonna get it graded, and get it graded, and it's like a PSA 10, and now it's worth like $1,000. Like, whoa, it's an $1,000 card. That's even more. Like, that's one thing, right? But you're literally buying packs. You're like, whatever. You go with your giant, freaking, box of stuff, ship it off, get it all graded, throw it on eBay, hope it sells to somebody who doesn't know any better, There was never a game that he played, to be honest. It was always been for collecting. Yeah, because the Pokemon game just wasn't that good. And that's honestly, that's Nintendo's fault a little bit. The Pokemon card game just wasn't ever that good. It wasn't ever that good of a game. It was always eclipsed by the actual video game version of it, which was a superior product. By far. But at the very least, it was a game that still had utility that you could play. Or you could trade with somebody else. It wasn't about like some random guy, right, in Washington State receiving your card with like a magnifying glass being like, hey, you have a slight little speck on the top left corner of your EX Charizard 2023. That's gonna knock you down from a PSA 8 to a PSA 7. You know what I mean? You're just like, oh man, that's like $15 right there. Gone. Like, it's that silly. It used to be like, you have a Gengar? Chad, come on. You know I love Gengar. You know I love Gengar. Okay, I'll give you. What do you want? I'll give you my Pikachu. I'll give you Rattata. I'll give you Starry. I'll give you. What does you want, bro? You know what I mean? Like, and you trade that. You know what I mean, with other people to grow up your collection. Now it's like, I have this card that I was told is valuable. I'll sell it to somebody online who wants to buy it from me. And somebody's like, I'll buy it from you so I can sell it to somebody else. And that's kind of it. It's dumb. I don't like it. Value of the card in the market means nothing until it actually sells. Magmar Gyarados only. Honestly, I like Magmar. Gyarados Clairs. Gyarados is so cool because it evolved from literally what people consider one of the most useless Pokemon. And I thought that was so cool. Because I remember as a kid catching a Magikarp and like it not doing anything and only Splash. Right? And I'd be like, this Magikarp sucks. Until I saw somewhere online, I was like, no, you need to get it to like level 20. And I was like, all right, I get it to level 20, and then it evolves into a dragon. And I'm like, yo, that's awesome. I don't know, I thought it was pretty cool. I thought that was pretty cool.
Could get back a super common grade that's worth less than the raw you sent in, which mathematically has to be what happens most of the time, because if the cards that are worth thousands of dollars weren't exceedingly rare, they wouldn't be worth thousands of dollars, and per the mechanics of speculation, the possibility that any raw card could...
It is a dragon as a creature. That's what I'm thinking as a kid. I'm like, oh, it's a dragon. I know it's not actually a dragon type. All right, I know that that's the case. Freaking nerds.
Gets baked into their pricing in the same way that sealed product that could have
the... like use frustration to actually be dangerous. Wait, is it called frustration in your region? I always thought it was called struggle. Am I tripping? Or am I old? Both? Remember it being struggle? With two different moves? Frustration is a different move? Oh. Is there separate? I think the chatter meant struggle then. Because I'm pretty sure struggle is what happens after you are after you run out of PP. See, I played Pokemon. I played the game. Pokemon Emerald. I played that game a lot. That's my most played Pokemon game by far. I freaking love Pokemon Emerald.
Big chase cards is almost always more expensive than what you actually find inside when you crack it.
I'll know it's like eventually.
Just as Walmarts and Targets across the nation were finding themselves infested with scalpers, grading companies suddenly had a new, much larger and less informed base of customers of their own, clogging up their order queues to the point that grading waits once counted in days or...
Heart is chill. I like Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh was a cool... I like Ho-Oh and Lugia. But I also liked Rayquaza. And Palkia. I didn't like Dialga like that. Dialga was like kind of lame. What was my favorite legendaries? Reggie Ice was cool. I liked Groudon. Kyogre. I like Kyogre. Yeah, I like Kyogre. I liked... I'm trying to think. Giratina. Ooh, my favorite of the three birds. I was always a Zapdos kind of guy. Make sure he doesn't come out as LARP. On this video, I left and came back an hour ago. He started the same video. To be entirely fair, I restarted it because I didn't see half of it. I can see Darkrai being cool. You think it's Zapdos guy? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? I was indeed Team Yellow when Pokemon Go was big. I was indeed Team Yellow. This is okay. Wait, yeah. You ever played Showdown? A few years ago.
Weeks were now measured in months, which in turn forced the more serious collectors with more serious collectors' items to pony up hundreds of dollars for the express
Any of the
line
newer
service.
Pokemon? Oh, is his name Trubbish? There's a trash Pokemon I think I know. I don't know a lot of the newer Pokemon. I'm being real. There's an Apple Pokemon. There's that guy. There's Tepig. Huh? There's that guy. There's I don't know any new Pokemon. I don't. Pokemon like 8 years old now. Listen, I'm telling you, the last time I played was not Emerald. It was actually, I think, Black and White was the last Pokemon that I played. But I mostly played Emerald. Whenever I go back, I just go back to playing Emerald. Whenever I'm like, I want to go play Pokemon, I just re-download Emerald and just play Emerald on the emulator. Drifloon, that's a Pokemon. Not new, but like I like Drifloon. Drifloon's lore is insane though. Drifloon's lore is like Drifloon, the dream Pokemon. Drifloon will fly around and kidnap little kids with pretending to be a balloon, and will fly around and be like, little kids, follow the Drifloon, and the kids will disappear, never to be seen again. And you're like, whoa. Whoa, Drifloon! I thought we were cool. I thought we were fine. What are we talking about?
And despite the fact that those serious collectors still saw Beckett as the gold standard, it was PSA that ended up with the
Legend of Arceus, there's a quest where there's a Drifloon lures a child from the village. Really? Drifloon is in the Epstein class. Yes. Indeed. Drifloon is in the Epstein class. 100%. That is a real Pokemon entry, by the way. That is a real thing that is in Pokemon. Drifloon actually kidnaps children. Like, in the game. I'm not even joking. That is a real thing that's in the Pokédex entry. Also, Cubone wears the skull of its dead mom. As well. That is also a real thing that's in the Pokemon entry. The Pokédex entry. That's also a real thing. There's a tree ghost Pokemon that's literally a ghost of dead children possessing a tree. Pokemon got some insane lore. That's normal and cool. What do you mean? Yeah. That's a normal and cool thing. Hypno 2? Really? Not too much of a Cubone? Like, I'm just saying that's crazy. What if a mom has multiple Cubone babies? That doesn't happen in Pokemon. Drifloon. It is whispered that any child who mistakes Drifloon for a balloon and holds on to it could wind up missing. This is honestly a kind of a watered down version, safe for kids. I want to see the freaking I want to see the Sapphire entry and see. Yeah, the wording changes every generation, and it's really bad. Use the slacking and Typhlosion did in Nintendo release. I saw the Typhlosion one, yeah. Here. In Diamond. A Pokemon formed by the spirits of people in Pokemon. It loves damn human seasons. That's normal. Pearl is where it gets insane. It tugs on the hands of children to steal them away. However, it gets pulled around instead. Because of the way it floats aimlessly, an old folklore tale calls it a signpost of wandering spirits. It is whispered that any child that mistakes Drifloon for a balloon and holds onto it could wind up missing. Because of the way it floats aimlessly, an old folk, okay, it's the same thing. These Pokemon are called signposts for wandering spirits. Children holding on to them sometimes vanish. A Pokemon formed by spirits of people in Pokemon, it loves damn human seasons. Like, I have to change it for Omega Ruby and X. And then Y and Alpha Sapphire, change it back to this one. Stories go that grabbing it grabs the hands of small children and drags them away to the afterlife. It dislikes heavy children. In Pokemon Sun. Moon, if for some reason its body bursts, its soul spills out with a screaming sound. Its round body is stuffed with souls expand each time it leads someone away. Like, this is what Drifloon does, bro. I was like, yeah, I have not played Scarlet and Violet. The last one I actually played or bought was Pokemon Sword. I bought Pokemon Sword. I think I bought Pokemon Y. Because I think it's Yveltal is the box Pokemon, the box legendary. I like the way it looked. I bought it, I didn't finish it. Yveltal. Yeah. I was like, that looks cool. Bacon Bird, yeah. I was like, that looks cool. I never finished the game. I didn't really get into any of the 3D Pokemon games. Oh, it is an evolved form of. I guess it always was an evolved form. I never evolved my Drifloon. Any more carrying children away? No. Anyway, sorry. Let's get back to this.
Of that business measured in months, which in turn forced the more serious collectors with more serious collectors' items to pony up hundreds of dollars for the express line service. And despite the fact that those serious collectors still saw Beckett as the gold standard, it was PSA that ended up with the bulk of that business, in no small part thanks to Paul and pals constantly mentioning them in podcasts and interviews. Now, full disclosure, in all of the digging I've done, I can't find any evidence that PSA paid Logan or Jeremy for any of that publicity, so it is entirely possible it was all a happy accident for them, the happiest accident of their entire careers. But there are a lot of ways you could compensate someone without actually creating a paid promotion that would need to be disclosed, like free or discounted expedited grading, or even, just fudging some numbers here and there. Many folks online have opined that in photos, Paul's illustrator looks a little off-center and nicked up for a 10. I mean, there are only 40 of those cards in the entire world in any condition, so it would be a huge statistical anomaly if even one of them actually was perfect. Certainly not impossible, and of course there's no way to check without seeing the card in person, which definitely is impossible, but, something to think about, as is the fact.
Okay. Slight pause in this. I do want to finish this as well, though. Did y'all see this? Heston James arrest footage revealed as TikToker faces up to 20 years in prison for pranks. Apparently, this TikToker is being arrested. Come on, please, let me watch.
I'm just going to be bringing in all my guys because you guys have been doing a really slow job. I've been getting multiple complaints. I'm from corporate, I told you. So this one, I'm calling in my guys, and they're going to be working on all these cars. They're not?
Get to calling them.
Oh, get to calling them? All right, let's see. Here they are here. I think this is them right here. Come on, come on, come on, everyone, come on, come on, come on. Everyone, get to work. Everyone, get to work. Everyone. Yo, everyone, take that tire off. Take that tire off, quick. I got something for you, guys. Everyone, check the oil. Check the oil. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. Everyone, get under there. Get under there. Nice. Well done. Get out. Yeah. Oh yeah. Nice. Nice. Good job, everyone. Good. All right.
I can't do cheaper than 1,000 for the catalytic. I'm telling you.
It's leaking oil. Nice.
So apparently he does pranks like this. I don't know why I can't see his, because I'm not signed in. I can't see his videos.
You guys need any help? Thank you. Appreciate it. Hey, Tom, I need help. I don't know. I heard that too. I heard it like towards the back.
Asking Tom for help?
Yeah, Tom is in the back.
It sounds desperate.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking he's...
This has 2 million views, by the way. This was last year. Like, this is his most recent one. He's not getting 20 years. If you're being, he's a white kid. He's not getting 20 years. If we're being entirely honest.
Oh my God, yes, bitch, that ease. Let's go. He's talking about.
I don't know what this is about actually. Because everybody here is talking about his him being arrested. They got arrested, and they apparently found uniforms, like 20 different uniforms from places. Police body camera footage shows the arrest of TikTok prankster Heston James being revealed as the influencer faces up 20 years behind bars. 21-year-old Heston Cobb, who goes by Heston James on TikTok, was arrested on July 23rd, 2025, after the police connected him to multiple instances where he allegedly pretended to work at a local business and filming and disrupting for content. One viral clip shows Cobb dressed as a mechanic at Highland Auto Repair, telling the staff to get it from corporate. Before a van of pranksters arrived and began crawling under customers' cars, the video racked up 12 million views. Similar stunts are also reported at Pep Boys, Big Brand Tire, Jiffy Lube, Highland Auto Repair, and Chipotle, where Hobb and his crew dressed as staff entered areas intended for employee only. Police find business uniforms in journal. Journal. They read his journal while arresting TikTok prankster Heston James. In the footage, police show up to James' residence with a search warrant and demands that he come outside. As he opens the door and steps out, he's quickly handcuffed with multiple charges as the authorities search his house for evidence. During this search, police discover Meta AI glasses and uniforms of multiple businesses such as Target, Home Depot, Amazon, and UPS. The authorities also uncover what he believes to be Heston's journal, where he plotted prank videos and his goals, including reaching 1 million followers. So he reaches, so he's facing 20 years in prison now. 3 acts of burglary in the 3rd degree, 3 acts of criminal trespassing, 5 counts of disorderly conduct, 2 counts of criminal trespass in 2nd degree, and that's maximum sentence of 20 years. Right? He's not gonna face that. Honestly, that seems harsh. Chad, he's not gonna get faced with 20 years. He's not even being charged with 20 years. Right? That's the maximum theoretical that he could face. Right? This is like him facing up to 20 years in prison is what Dexerto is saying. He'll probably get. I can see him maybe getting like 3 months, maybe. Not in like prison or anything like that, right? He'll get like 3 months, some community service. He'll get like an apology. He'll have to like stop posting on TikTok. It's so excessive, maybe. But I'm just like, I'm curious what precedent this is gonna set for like content creators like being a nuisance online. I don't think it's gonna stop anybody. Honestly, if this is his first offense, he'll be fine. He'll probably be fine. I'm just curious, like not why did he get arrested, but like if it's a burglary, like what was he stealing? Like criminal impersonation, I can see that. Disorderly conduct, I can see that, and criminal trespass, I can see that. But like, what was he stealing? I don't know. I think it's an interesting little thing. Maybe the uniforms. Oh, that makes sense. Burglaries and theft, but he has to burglarize. It's breaking into a place without permission. Oh, I guess that's true. But he didn't. I guess technically did break in. It's technically into like the employee only sections. I don't know. I didn't see all of his content. Because I'll wait for the trial. You know what? I'll wait for the trial. I'll see what the lawyers are saying.
That the controversies and scandals section of PSA's Wikipedia page is 4 times as long as their company history. Of course, it could also simply be that Paul, Padawer, and all of their pals saw the PSA brand as being undervalued, bought up a lot of cheaper relative to Beckett PSA 10 cards, and then started talking up things like PSA 10 Charizards and complete PSA 10 base sets as the grails of Pokemon in order to inflate the value of their own collections. As a little side benefit to Paul's main plan at the time of building hype for his then in development liquid marketplace scam. Carl Jobst made an excellent video about that a few months back, by the way, linked up in the corner, where he also showed a few other examples of how high-profile record-setting collectible sales are almost always ads in disguise for something else, where the buyer intentionally overpays for an item in order to create hype around the idea that running your collection through whatever service they're trying to sell you can help make you rich. It's a real good way to sell shovels. Anyway, regardless of the reason,
and to be fair, not modern art, but like art has been doing that a lot in modern times.
Anyone at PSA was upset at the outcome of Paul and Padawer's promotion, which gave their business such a boost that by December 2025, their parent company, Collectors Holdings, was able to acquire Beckett outright, giving them control over 80% of the global card grading market. Antitrust laws? Never heard of them. And with that move, they also gained control over 100% of the global manga grading market. Because exactly 1 year before collectors bought them out, Beckett announced that grading manga was a thing they were apparently gonna be doing now, despite literally nobody in the manga collecting community asking for it. And naturally, nobody went for it either. Right now, there's this dude on the manga rarity subreddit, which is tiny and only exists because r/manga collectors ban speculation, flexing that he's got the only graded Haikyuu #1. Not the only 9.6, the only one in the world. Just keep that in mind whenever you hear top grade in the world, population 1. The distinction is meaningless unless you give it meaning. And there are 2 big problems that have stopped manga fans from giving manga grades any meaning at all over the last few years. Firstly, real manga collectors collect manga so they can read that manga.
That's what I said.
Rare manga is only valuable to us because it's out of print and thus harder to read. So the idea of turning one of those treasures into a glorified doorstop is an affront to anyone who actually participates in the hobby.
That's the equivalent of it. Wrapping your shoe in plastic, being like, look at my plastic shoe.
But the other, bigger problem is the grades themselves are obviously complete bullshit. With coins and cards, there are clear manufacturing standards that individual items can be graded against, like how centered is the print, how shiny is the metal, are the ink layers all properly aligned, how much of the original stamp on the coin has eroded over time. But with a book, I mean, yeah, depending on the design, you might be able to judge how centered the cover is, but as soon as you look inside, the system falls apart. If you've ever flipped through a book before, you'll notice that the numbers in the corner move all over the place with every single page. That's because every one of them is printed and cut separately. So they will never be perfectly aligned when they're all bound together. It's mathematically impossible. Therefore, the only thing graders can really grade beyond obvious wear and tear or factory damage is the whiteness of those not quite aligned pages. And if you look at this Shonen Jump that I grabbed from my local konbini last year, you'll notice none of the pages are white. The closest they get is off gray because they print this shit on the cheapest phone book grade recycled newsprint they can find to make printing at peak 6 million right now, like 2 million a week, remotely viable. Anyone who calls a given Shonen Jump white is lying to your face.
You have a Weekly Shonen Jump Dragon Ball 9-2 here with, look closely, exceptional white pages, which I believe is one of the only Beckett exceptional white.
Yeah, of any comic.
Of any comic.
Yeah.
Manga. Yeah, like look at the color of the pages.
They said comic. It's not a comic.
Of course, comic grading is still a thing in spite of similar objections in that space, but it's only really a thing with floppies there. So thankfully, it doesn't have as negative an effect on comic readers as it could, because they can always just get the trade paperbacks instead. Those collected volumes you see in bookstores and whatnot tend to get larger, longer-lasting print runs than the floppies, so only an idiot would try to slab a trade, even a first printing, because everyone knows the real first print is the floppy. On that note, now feels like a good time to point out that Japanese-style trade paperbacks, or tankobons, are literally the only format that 99% of manga have ever been available in on the English market. And that's the shit Beckett is trying to convince comic speculators to slab up by using a Japanese word that they don't know what it means. But why would they do such a thing? The manga equivalent of floppies, Zashi, like Shonen Jump, pretty much only exist in Japanese, outside a very brief stint in the 2000s where Viz tried to make English Jump and Shoujo Beat a thing. And while those are less common than tankobons and do have some nostalgia value for millennials like me, as translated reprints, they're still never gonna have the true first appearance provenance of an Action Comics #1 or Amazing Fantasy 15. There are some collectors of Kizashi or first chapters in the West, but it's always been a niche interest for us because we can't read them. We don't really have any nostalgic attachment to this format. The print quality sucks, and they just take up a lot of shelf space. So there was basically no way that Beckett could ever sustain an English-facing business by only grading these. They needed to convince people to start slabbing tanks just to stay afloat, and not just the few genuinely special first print tankobons like gold text One Piece, all of them. Manga fans just weren't biting though, and any scalpers who might raid their local bookstores on Beckett's behalf were already busy shoving 8-year-olds into shelves at Walmart. But if Logan Paul...
Also, they were also already doing it for Pokemon. Right? Scalpers are dumb and they're lazy. They're behind the times. They're not, like, gonna be sitting outside of Barnes & Nobles waiting for it to open to pick up the latest copy of Demon Slayer #1. They're still going to be doing what they used to be doing to hopefully catch a little bit of the last of this trend before people move off of it entirely, which is Pokemon. And once it's proven to make money, then they'll jump over. So people thought that crypto was their Chico to wealth. Similar.
All could make hundreds of graded VMAX Morpecos happen by publicly overpaying for some cardboard, then maybe he can make graded Tonko bonds happen by publicly overpaying for a book. If you watch the announcement video, they're not even subtle about what they're doing.
It's videos like these that are going to make people go searching for their addicts to see if they got better copies.
By the way, if you have a better copy, will you at least call us first?
Yeah, hit us up. We're buying.
Come on.
Though do take note, because it'll help you understand other scams in the future, of how they cloak the blatant sales pitch for grading in an even more blatant pitch of, hey, hit us up, we're buying. They know their target audience isn't gonna bite on that. They know a potential speculator's gonna see that and think, aha, you tried to get me, Mr. Paul, but I'm smart enough to hodl the manga so I can make even more money later, never realizing that what they're really being sold is the idea that an unreadable book in a useless plastic box is magically worth more than the book alone. Logan and Jeremy aren't alone, though. There are dozens of card and crypto bro sycophants talking up manga investments in their replies and quotes.
I think it's interesting because like there was actually a usefulness to like grading when it was baseball cards like 20 years ago, right? Before we had like high fidelity cameras that are able to capture the details of these cards when you're actually buying these things online from people you don't know. Yeah, it made sense to like actually have some standard that you have to follow when you're picking them up. But now it's very easy to just FaceTime the seller and be like, hey, can you just put your camera next to the card? Hey, what's that dot? Oh, okay, is this some dust? Okay, that's good enough for me. Can you just, throw it in the mail. That's all you need, you know what I mean? You don't need to send it to like some third party so they can, with white gloves, microscope it and like grade it to like a 9.753 just so you can sell it at a certain price. Praise at a jeweler, yeah. Like the first appearance of comics are cool to keep in good condition because there are only so many. This is not the same thing.
LARPing is long time out.
And the problem is like they're not even hoping. Hey, grading does cost money, yes. They're not even doing this and then putting it in their closet, waiting for 20 years, right? They're doing this and then putting it immediately on eBay so that somebody else can buy it and then maybe put it in their closet for 20 years, right? Because it's not even about the collection, it's about the speculation. It used to be about the speculation for 20 years down the line when Shonen Jump stops printing stuff entirely, right? Like, for example, take Magic cards. When Wizards of the Coast goes out of business and they stop printing cards, immediately all the cards that they've printed goes up in value. Immediately. Because no more cards are being printed anymore. But right now, it's all speculative, right? Where people are buying and trading cards for maybe that eventuality, right? Or people playing the game, But once Wizards of the Coast shuts down, and then people start, and 20 years later, those same cards are going to be worth way more because there'll be less of them in circulation. But they're trying to front load that for manga now, right? They're trying to be like, guys, look at this manga that's literally still in production. They are quite literally still printing copies of like, I don't know, JJK number 1. Getting JJK number 1 graded. It's stupid because you can go to Barnes & Nobles or you can go to Books A Million or you can go to your local comic book store and buy a new copy of this manga. The first chapter of it. So why are you getting it graded? That doesn't make sense. That's what he's doing with the magazine versus a volume cover. But as Mother's Basement is saying, he wants other people to start doing it for their mangas, the actual volumes, right? Like, we saw like Reddit posts of people actually getting their like their volume copies graded. Like, it's You're silly. You're a silly person. Or does this actually cause any mass buying? I don't think so, actually.
Otaku who still have their One Piece from 25 years ago and are maybe gonna get it graded, and attacking anyone who dares to question the wisdom of their investing gurus. They've got dudes on Reddit hyping each other up about their tankobon gets and all the generational wealth they're about to generate, and conversations indistinguishable from any NFT presale, and dudes who already have generational wealth selling slabs back and forth to each other at many times their market value just to create the illusion of demand. This is called wash trading, and in traditional commodities markets, it's actually illegal, but in times their market value just to create the illusion of demand. This is called wash trading, and in traditional commodities markets, it's actually illegal, but in a neat little legal loophole, individual collectibles don't count as commodities, so you can just do whatever you want with those. And just as they did and do with Pokemon cards, they've been doing it with manga for the last year or so. Just take a look at this totally legit auction reported by Swaggle House in early April of, by an astounding coincidence, the exact same two Zashi that Logan Paul was planning to buy just 16 days later, with a graded Dragon Ball going for 45 grand and One Piece for 42.5. Now, just looking at how close those prices are, anyone who knows anything about these books can immediately tell something's up here. The 42-year-old Dragon Ball Key Zashi is substantially rarer than the 29-year-old One Piece one, for which both the current and previous sales prices shown here are ridiculously inflated. The last recorded heritage auction sales for One Piece from before Beckett Bros started pumping the prices was in 2023 for a much less insane $2,000, and even that is well above the market average. Looking at eBay listings from this year, a near mint copy in Britain sold for about $800 on March 11th, and on April 17th, this one went for $1,600.
I think cards aren't that expensive. I'm saying that they shouldn't be that expensive. But they are expensive. But honestly, they're not as expensive as like Pokemon cards are. And by comparison.
And before WrestleMania, you'd find these things going for even lower prices on Mercari and Yahoo auctions in Japan all the time. But ironically, it's the slabs that really lay the line bare here.
No, like the height that like Pokemon cards are getting, like they speculate above, specifically because of people like Logan Paul. And once Logan Paul gets his eyes on Magic, it's cooked. You know, he'll do the same thing there as well. So right now it's still speculative, right? With the booster price pack. I know, but still, like a single Pikachu, like Logan Paul hangs around his neck on a like iced out chain, costs like, I don't know, like $5 million. Right? So like it was for 20 million. Okay, maybe I'm incorrect. I'm wrong. That's why I said depends on. But again, it can get worse.
A Dragon Ball 6.5 and a One Piece 5.
In the future, oh.
0.5 going for 40 grand? Any remotely credulous reporter would immediately question that, but we don't got one of those. We got Swaggle House and friends, whose other friends really want them to sell you some Beckett slabs.
But of course, this all started with, when friend of the channel, Jeremy Padower, talked about, his speculation of manga. What if manga becomes the biggest?
Look like the exact type of people who would be into like speculative buying and selling of manga. You know, look at how their backgrounds look in comparison to like Mother's Basements.
Today's video, here,
ton of money on that.
Beckett slabs.
But of course,
or like his like manga shelf, you know, like they have like their stuff like hung up in like PSA graded posters, Where's the giant like library of stuff?
All started with, when friend of the channel, Jeremy Padewer, talked about,
so
his
it is upside
speculation
down.
of manga. What if manga becomes the biggest collecting vertical and like Beckett becomes the grading company?
With Jeremy and his content on that table, he's got like 100 Beckett slabbed mangas, right? Because he's spending a ton of money. This is great for Beckett branding.
Guys, let's take a quick moment to talk about the sponsor of today's video, Heritage Auction.
Was that the legendary double shill technique?
Jeremy is obviously investing in the top end of things. That's why the prices are enormous. So maybe it really is just scratching the surface. Maybe this idea of buy your slabbed mangas now is still very early.
And once you're aware of that agenda, you start to see it everywhere in these collectors' posts. They're all taking legitimately rare and pricey manga or one-of-a-kind items like scripts, then surrounding them with common tankobons to create the appearance of value by association. The ones who can afford it are intentionally grossly overpaying for top grades out of the few dozen first print tanks that have ever been graded, all to trick you in first.
Am I tripping by saying you can buy Dragon Ball #1? You can buy that, like, on eBay. For like $20. But he's trying to like be like, see, I paid $200,000 for it. So maybe you should be charging $200,000 for it. Huh? Huh? Not pure white pages.
Print tanks that have ever been graded, all to trick you into thinking that One Piece, Dragon Ball, and Naruto Volume 1, some of the most printed books in the history of books, will magically become rare treasures if only they're encased in the magic plastic.
Exactly. Could also buy a new artist edition of Dragon Ball with special covers.
I wonder who posted that photo. Oh, hey, would you look at that? Beckett Collectibles. And of course, Jeremy's right there in the quotes expressing a high level of conviction for this extraordinary and overlooked category. Conviction that's supposed to mean something, coming from the man who predicted Pokemon, an angle that you can find Jeremy playing up elsewhere on his own Twitter. But in that same video, he made another prediction that immediately discredits the idea he has any prophetic powers.
And once you get beyond Pokemon, go a couple more years to Yu-Gi-Oh! In 2002. I have the...
Sorry, Yu-Gi-Oh! You're cooked.
PSA 10 Blue Eyes White Dragon card, the grail of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Anyone who knows anything about Yu-Gi-Oh! And the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community can tell you that's nonsense. With a very small handful of exceptions, the only value a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card will ever have is its ability to win games. Rarity is...
This to be fair, this is what I hear about Yu-Gi-Oh! Players. This is all they care about. Yu-Gi-Oh! Out of every single card game I've heard the most about is that they care the most about, can this card win games? Is this card meta? That's it. Number one, is this card meta? Number two, is it banned? That's it. That's all Yu-Gi-Oh! Players care about. Is if the card is meta and if it's banned. If the card is meta and if it's not banned, they're playing it. They're running it. And if you're like, guys, this card worth $1 bajillion, they're gonna be like, shut up, loser.
Only a factor for staples, either because you can flex on a motherfucker while playing out your entire very shiny deck in one turn, or because maybe Konami's keeping a new power card rarity lock to make more money selling more boosters. If one card gets banned, a $1,500 deck can drop to $40 literally overnight.
Exactly.
It's a speculative...
Exactly. I'm telling you, bro, that's all Yu-Gi-Oh! Players care about, is if they can play their stupid cards. That's it.
worst nightmare. When Logan Paul announced he was getting into Yu-Gi-Oh! Last month, no doubt on Jeremy's advice, the entire community laughed him out of the room. And we can too. We do, unfortunately, just have to accept that the richest LARPers in the room are gonna buy up the rarest, most one-of-a-kind anime-related items. In any growing fandom, stuff like that floats to and past the top eventually. But we don't have to accept their LARPing premise that a several 100,000 of a kind Zashi like One Piece.
Also, fake cosplay. Where's your scar on the chest? Unless he's cosplaying early Luffy, in which case, lame.
Chapter 1 is one of a kind just because no other plastic box has the same arbitrary number on it. We don't have to acknowledge that this specific Dragon Ball jump that they grossly overpaid for is the Dragon Ball jump, because it's not. It only becomes the Dragon Ball if enough idiots buy into their scheme to submit their own copies for grading, which would put it at the top of a pile of hundreds rather than currently dozens.
So, all right, so we go to 2,000. How much you boy at 28?
No, 38.
38? Yeah. You played two?
I'm copying them.
God. Ah! Ding, 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 ding. Okay, that just sits on the field for no reason. So, all right, so we go to 2,000. How much you boy at 28?
No, 38.
38? Yeah. You played two?
I'm copying them.
God. Ah! Ding, 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 ding. Okay, that just sits on the field for no reason.
That's so funny. I love black people playing freaking. They're doing just nerd stuff in general. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
And make no mistake, Paul's copy will stay on top of that pile. Beckett has no reason.
Which is why I'm convincing black people to 1, get into D&D, 2, get into Magic. There's a 3 in there somewhere.
Grade any submission higher, no matter how many they get, because the whole system is arbitrary and subjective, and they can give any undamaged manga any number they want. They deliberately set the target at a 9.2 to make you think, wow, there's a whole 8 points above that. I could totally get lucky if I send mine in, but you won't get lucky. Someone will eventually, probably someone who knows someone with a 9.3 or 4 to keep the floor low for a couple more years, but only when they need Paul and Padawer to make another record-setting purchase and rev up the hype cycle again. And while I'm calling shots, let me tell you where I think the current hype campaign is going. It is not.
No, I haven't. I have not. I'm a baby Magic fan.
A coincidence that one day after their kayfabe trash talk on WrestleMania, IShowSpeed was the first guy calling Logan Paul a tourist, and it's not a coincidence that Logan Paul took his promo picture for the One Piece Zashi in front of the WrestleMania stage. All of this touristy tweeting, sarcastically taunting One Piece fans about how much love they've shown him as he shows off things he's bought that are supposed to make us jealous, every one of which has multiple blue check accounts replying with the same AI manufactured meme of Monkey D Speed decking Logan Charlos, by the way. It's all heel work. He is intentionally using toxicity and tribalism in the anime community to build heat for a grudge match at probably SummerSlam 26, where Speed is gonna kick his ass and take the graded One Piece from him, thus turning a relatively common $1,000-ish Zashi into a prize with a storyline and a symbol to anime fans everywhere of gatekeeping the tourists, which in turn will cement
Speed won't be a part of that, right? Right? Speed wouldn't be a part of that. He wouldn't do that. Not Speed, right? I was just about to do the Fortnite style franchise cash grab amalgamation.
The idea in pop culture that manga
Well, you
in
didn't
a
like the
slab
Ninja Turtles collab?
is special and worth more than manga you can read. Which of course he's hoping will in turn make the other two One Piece Zashi that he bought, even the one with the scuffed, chewed up corners, worth more than he ever paid for the one that Speed is gonna take from him. A price, I want to note, that has never been disclosed in any of these tweets or videos where they're flexing the $550K they spent on Dragon Ball, because it probably wasn't that much, and it would make the scam really obvious if they told you what they paid. And what I think makes this branding strategy especially obvious is how Jeremy has also pivoted to rage bait, pathetically transparent Gen AI rage bait of him as the oldest manga fan ever, after all of his attempts at positive publicity fell on their faces. Though, just to be clear, I'm not showing you any of these tweets to have you guys go yell at these guys. And I'm not just saying that to cover my ass like a drama tuber. I really mean it. When you quote dunk on Paul and Padawer saying, "You're not a real fan, you don't deserve the One Piece Chapter 1, or the Dragon Ball Chapter 1, or the Big Toblerone," no matter how brutally you ratio their asses, you're giving them exactly what they want. Associating their names with the brand names of these anime and reinforcing the idea that these slabbed up collectibles that they overpaid for are something special that only a real anime fan would
Oh, I found
deserve.
it. Sorry.
Somehow
I found the magic card that I got from buying something. I don't know what this was that I bought. It just says thank you. But it's a zombie token. It's a little zombie token that has a little mimic. I was like, oh, that's a little cool thingy. It's not Trevish, no.
more special and more valuable than any of the vast majority of identical Shonen Jump issues and tankobons out there, which nobody's bothered to submit to Beckett because, again...
Maybe. But I did buy a dice box. Maybe it came with my dice box that I bought from my dices.
Manga grading is obviously a scam. As long as they can get you talking about anything other than that fact, Paul, Padawer, Beckett, and all of their bros...
No. In a game? I've not played any Magic in a game. Well, I played Magic the Gathering Arena. But I only just recently got into like physical Magic cards. I only have this set. This is my set. It's a green set. And cats. Where's my cat? Hold on. Had a sick cat in here. Where's my cat? I had this cool cat. Oh, look at this cat. This is a cool cat. I have this cool cat. Look at this one. I have one more cat in here. No. I have the cat collector card. I have this cat adjacent card. I have a lot of cat related cards. I like cats. And I have this cat. I'm on the goal for all the cats.
win. But if you focus on the scam part of the story, if you explain why grading manga is bullshit to your friends and fellow fans, or just share this video so I can explain it for you, and if you make...
I bought the starter collection. There were too many cards in that, so I just threw the rest away. I didn't do that. That's a lie.
People at cons and online who do buy and sell graded shit, especially tankobons, feel as stupid
I just
and
took my favorite colors. I like the greens and I like the whites. I just put the rest in the box and left them there.
unwelcome as they are, we might just be able to excise these parasites before they can fully sink their teeth in. By forming a united front, you guys can starve Beckett out of your hobby, and if they go, the speculators and scalpers will go with them. Make Logan Paul apologize to Japan again.
True.
Hey, thanks so much for watching all of this. I know it was a long one, but the subject needed that level.
That's how I started. I started playing Magic the Gathering Arena. I played a lot of Arena. I lost a bunch. That's how I knew I wanted to play white and green. Because in Arena, they have like the tutorial that I played the tutorial. And I was like, green's kind of cool. And then they have color challenges where you play each of the colors against each of the other colors. And then you end by fighting an opponent with that deck. I did each of those. And I liked green and white the most. I was worried about this blowing up the way, like if manga stays in print. I don't think it will. Blue and black supremacy. Ew, those are like the worst combinations. Actually, no, I think the worst is red and black. Red and black is my arch nemesis. Red and blue is the worst. I can deal with blue because green has a lot of reach cards. You know what I mean? I have seen Witch Hat Atelier. I don't know how to pronounce that word. I've seen that. The first three episodes? First 3 episodes. Pure colorless is the scariest. Never played against it. Red and blue or green and blue for me. I like green and white. I like white because you're shoving out tokens. You know what I mean? You're just shoving out tokens. I think that's pretty fun. I like white or green or red and blue together. I like artifacts. I can see artifacts being fun, but they seem kind of advanced for my skill level. Maybe we'll play some Arena on my second channel. So follow my second channel. We might go live later playing some Arena. Where y'all can give me some tips on how to play Arena because I'm bad at it. I also need to download it on my computer because I usually play on my Steam Deck. Arena is really fun. Okay, I won't say I don't like my Steam Deck. I do like my Steam Deck. I just don't have many games I like to play on it. But Magic the Gathering Arena is actually my favorite game that I've played so far on my Steam Deck. It's really fun. I really like it. So follow my second channel. It's Not the Black, NOTDABLACK. We do fun stuff there. We play games. We make music sometimes. And we talk about drama that I don't talk about here. Because I have too many people here talking about it, you know? I'll play it on my phone after work. I can see that being fun as well. I want to play Commander. Wait, okay, hear me out, chat. Hear me out. I play Commander with chat. Because you can play Commander online. Discord games. Chat teaches me how to play Magic the Gathering Commander. Because I don't know how to play. Hot take is that Commander is not fun. People love Commander. I don't know. It seems confusing to me. It seems confusing to me. But I know a few things. I know one, I want to learn how to play Commander. Two, I want to get my freaking gosh darn avatar cards. Okay. I want my avatar cards before they become too expensive and they get sold out and stolen by all the scalpers. That's it. I want my avatar cards. And 3, Magic the Gathering needs to collaborate with Dragon Ball Z. That would be awesome. Thought that set was last year. It was. But they're still floating around. And I know that because my Best Buy has one. But I have to go and get it after they get it delivered from somewhere else. I don't know. He's bad from. Once he has his own card game, probably won't happen. That card game sucks though. No offense. It's not good. I use the bathroom. All right, chat. I use the bathroom. You know what? Here. Be right back.
Depth if you it's before they can fully sink their teeth in. By forming a united front, you guys can starve Beckett out of your hobby. And if they go, the speculators and scalpers will go with them. Make Logan Paul apologize to Japan again. Hey, thanks so much for watching all of this. I know it was a long one, but the subject needed that level of depth. If you're new here because you're here for Logan Paul hating, that's not my usual content. Usually I recommend cool anime and manga, so click one of those videos to check that out. Thanks.
We're not watching Surf's Up. That's not happening. Thank you all for watching. Maybe I'll be back later on today. Was mentioning the Melissa Barrera interview. We'll cover the interview tomorrow. YouTube VOD is already cooked. It's always cooked. I don't get paid from YouTube VOD. I just did the for YouTube chat because, you know, you're welcome, YouTube chat. But yeah, thank you for watching. I am going to go do something. I don't know. I may go live tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Later today on my second channel. So follow my second channel.